it is a much more empowering session of a system that we're going to build for ourselves. I'm just going to call up my STEPS team. Step up. Step up. Katie, yeah. Connor. Okay. Time to roll, team. Time to roll. Yeah.
Question. Tonka's coming.
Okay. All right.
Are you coming on this side?
Okay. I'm
Then
going
you can go back to the podium. I'll leave this seat for you.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll go this one. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You want to leave this one for Sasha?
Yeah. Tansei, I'm just going to ask everyone to kindly take your seats so we can maximize our time this session for engagement on building our own post-secondary institute. That's right. Okay, let's go. We're ready to roll. We've got our STEPS team. Tansei, my name is Sasha Hobbs. I am a proud Métis citizen. Chief Strategy Officer for Métis Nation BC. And I'm also a mother of 2 little boys in grade 4 and grade 5. So the conversation that just took place really rests on my heart. I also wanted to mention that one of my little boys in grade 5 is doing the Terry Fox run today. And nowhere in his information for the Terry Fox run did it say that Terry Fox was Métis, which he was. And being Métis was not incidental to who he was or what he did. He didn't succeed in spite of being Métis. He succeeded because he was Métis. Our values of courage, kindness, and resilience flowed through him and to all Canadians. And it's such a shame that that is a suppressed part of his identity and how it's shared in schools. So if our K-12 staff, who I do thank for coming and having the courage to come, and hopefully will flow those words to the minister who's down at the UBCM right now, so you might be able to have a conversation. At the very least, let's stop suppressing our Métis history, and at the very least on the Terry Fox run, ensure that every child in BC that knows that Terry Fox was Métis, one of the great Canadian heroes, one of the great Métis heroes. I'd also like to recognize the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and what happens politically, you know, the bonds between our kids and those lifelong friendships that come from school, so important, and it's just so sad that we have this division, and there's no distinctions when it comes to our children. We all love our children the same, and our children all deserve the same. So shifting to another related topic, this engagement session is on the development of our own Métis Post-Secondary Institute. Yes, yeah. And we can see, I used to teach literature, and William Blake had a line, you know, I must create my own system or be enslaved by another man's. So we're creating our own new institute here, and we're here to hear your voices in terms of how we shape this great new opportunity. We know that education and training is the socioeconomic driver, the engine of success, and the pathway out of poverty. In my own life story, I grew up in poverty. And it was only through attaining educational achievements that I was able to chart a path out of poverty for myself and for my family. Early in my career, I spent about 20 years directly in Indigenous post-secondary education. So my first teaching post was NVIT in Merritt, and Betty Ann spoke to some of the challenges there. And that breaks my heart because I know it wasn't always like that up in the Nicola Valley. I also worked at the Native Education College for a number of years, which serves so many urban Indigenous people down on the Vancouver East Side. And I was the founding director of the Indigenous Student Center at Simon Fraser University before I went on, yes, SFU, and before I went on to launch the Indigenous Youth Internship Program for the province, which I now believe is going into its 18th year and quite a successful program. So we know that Indigenous education is important, it's vital, and it's possible. And it's my pleasure to introduce Katie Trace. And just a quick short story. I broke my finger and I've had to wrap it with tape, which is a brand name kinesiology tape. So Katie, in our one-on-one, she's like, hey, you got my initials. And I'm like, I'm just obsessed with you, Katie. Like, our executive director of STEPS, Katie Trace, and her team have a presentation for you, an engagement to hear your voice on how we shape our Métis post-secondary institution. So I'm going to hand it over to Katie. Merci.
All right. Oh, it does work. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Bon matin. As Sasha said, my name is Katie Trace, and I am the Executive Director for the Ministry of Skills Training, Employment, and Post-Secondary, nice short acronym also known as STEPS. I have been working with the nation now for just about 9 years and been with STEPS for just about 3, which is when we first started discussing the development of our own Métis in BC Post-Secondary Institute. So for me, this is an incredible milestone. So excited to be here, and just a huge thank you to all of you for joining us this morning. We'll do some quick introductions of the rest of our project team and then get going on our presentation. I know we're a little short on time, but wanted to leave lots of room for discussion on the previous presentation because we know that was incredibly important. So I will pass it over to Connor, and then we'll go this way to the rest of my team. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Connor Guillet. I'm the project manager on leading the development of the Post-Secondary Institute. Sean?
Hi, I'm Sean Jones. I'm a project coordinator working on this project, and I've been able to work on a lot of the community engagement parts. Thank you.
Bon matin, everybody. My name is Anka McAllister, and I am the director for STEPS. Wonderful to see you all today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shyla Elchi. I'm the policy analyst with our STEPS team, and I support our institute development in various capacities.
Okay, that's all right. Oh, back. There we go. Hi, good morning, everybody. As I mentioned, my name is Connor Guillet. I'm Métis from Saskatchewan. A project like this is very near and dear to my heart. I attended SUNTEP, which is Saskatchewan Urban Native Teachers Education Program. It's a 4-year accredited Bachelor of Education program that's rooted in Métis ways of being, doing, and knowing through the Gabriel Dumont Institute. And I just want to preface this presentation and this project and kind of say that I've been trying to carry a lot of that experience and those teachings that I have had through that into this project. And before I begin, I'd like to just say a little prayer in Southern Métis from Norman Fleury. Le bon Dieu, notre créateur, l'écrage mianan perachia taitamak, koyash kamotek, marsi chia toyak, ka kiskrichde timoyak. Le mechif wichik, ensemble chia tushkayachik, surtout les vieux, chiapa chayakuk. Le jeune chi kishtamawachik, pour le temps qui vient. Le bonjour, la direction mianan, et taita chimutaitamak, le chemin chia ostainak, pour la nation de Métis autant dans notre pays. Ça prend la famille de Métis qui chuchkik, qui spin la nation de Métis, Chi Shukak. Merci de toi. God, our Creator, give us courage. Let us be one of mind. Make us righteous, thankful, and proud. Help the Métis to work together, especially utilizing our elders as teachers and preparing our youth for the future. Lord, provide us with the direction and inspiration as we build a road for the Métis Nation in this country. We must have strong families, Métis families, in order to have a strong Métis Nation. Thank you and amen. Sorry, just going to get this situated. And the reason why that prayer is so important, I think for me personally, is that Norman actually taught me Métis for credit at the University of Saskatchewan while I was in Suntep, which is an experience that I hold very near and dear to my heart because it shows how a system, one of our institutions, can allow us in and give us recognition. So the Post-Secondary Institute. We'll start with an introduction, then we'll go over the objectives, overview, and greater impact on the nation, some of the development phases, community engagement, and what we've heard so far, and then we'll open it up for some Q&A. We're a little bit short on time, so I'll kind of be rushing and flying through this, but we're also going to be here all weekend and have a table set up because we really believe that we can't build it for Métis Nation if not by Métis Nation, and it has to be a grassroots project. It has to reflect the needs, the unique needs of each region, each community, and each citizen, as well as our post-secondary students. So, we're creating the first Métis-led post-secondary institute, which is a landmark project aimed at achieving educational sovereignty and fostering cultural identity. The institute aims to revitalize and promote Métis culture, empower citizens, and support socioeconomic reconciliation for future generations. The institute will provide accredited, Métis-centric education through both online and physical learning spaces, integrating Métis ways of being, doing, and knowing into every aspect of its programming. That point of being, doing, and knowing must be a cornerstone to all the activities of the institute. That is incredibly crucial. So where did this idea come from? The project will align with goal number 3, pursue socioeconomic reconciliation in MMBC's strategic plan, Our Way Forward. This is on page 15 and 16, which states, develop our own Métis Post-Secondary Institute and advocate for increased post-secondary funding for Métis learners. This will foster socioeconomic reconciliation through educational empowerment and self-determination, and giving us power over the curriculum, over what our students are learning. It aligns with Action 1.8 in BC's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act Action Plan. And this states, recognize the integral role of Indigenous-led post-secondary institutes as a key pillar of BC's post-secondary system through the provision of core funding, capacity funding, and the development of legislation. Again, exercising our rights as Section 35 peoples and recognize Indigenous peoples within Canada. So what are some of the objectives of the Institute? As you'll note, the objectives are fairly broad at this time. We're going through our community engagement right now. We really want to talk to citizens, talk to leaders, see what people are thinking. Thank you. See what people are thinking. See how we can best build an institute that really truly does reflect the needs of the citizens and sets up future generations to know who they are, know their language, know their culture. So deliver a unique post-secondary and continuing education experience. Grounded in Métis ways of being, doing, and knowing. Ensure that opportunities are accessible and culturally relevant supports are available to each student throughout the entirety of their journey. Prioritize Métis perspectives and needs. Creating a dedicated space for citizens within the post-secondary and continuing education sector.
Let's give Connor a big hand and let him cough this out. Yeah, you're doing a great job. Yeah.
Thanks for understanding, everybody. programming that aligns with regional and community needs throughout Métis Nation, British Columbia. British Columbia is very diverse, much more diverse than Saskatchewan, which is where I'm from. Therefore, it's very important. Katie, could you?
Big hand for Connor. Thank you so much. Connor's been our project lead and doing such amazing, amazing work, and he's just got the morning voice going on. Okay, over to Katie.
All right. And so last point on there, creating strategic community, post-secondary, industry, and government partnerships. I'll put them all on because then I won't have to figure out which ones go next. Okay, and so one of the things that we've really heard from citizens and in developing this, we've been talking about featuring a combination of in-person and online learning, back to what Connor was saying, ensuring that that's very accessible. At this time, the proposed levels of study are high school upgrading, certificates, diplomas, professional development opportunities, and skills training. First and second year accredited courses that are BCAT, so BC Council of Admissions and Transfer. So that would allow, for example, any student within the post-secondary system right now. So if you're studying at UBC, you could take an accredited course within our institute, and that would apply towards your credits for graduation. We are also going to be seeking PTIB certification, falling under the Private Training Act, looking to develop culturally grounded and labor market aligned programming, and ensuring again that it's accessible to citizens throughout the province, looking at mobilized programming. This is just a quick slide. You can see all of them here, the different development phases. We are in phase number 1 right now, so foundations and community engagement. We're going to be coming up with a new business plan. We did have one back in 2022, but it really wasn't informed by citizens. It was just sort of an initial discussion that we brought to the board for, should we continue on with this? Does this make sense? Next, developing policies, governance, and operations. Then going towards the programming, infrastructure, and accreditation phase that we just talked about under PTIB. And then the 5th and final phase will be operational, so pilot programming and starting to evaluate once we get to that. Please. Okay. So the establishment of this institute represents a very pivotal moment for us in the pursuit of Métis self-government and educational sovereignty, acting as a beacon of empowerment for future generations. Building on the legacy of institutions like the GDI that Connor referenced, Rupert Land Institute in Alberta that we work really closely with, and the Louis Riel Institute in Manitoba. So this project continues the proud Métis tradition of advocating for and creating our own educational spaces. And then, as highlighted in a Métis Institute of our own by Lisa Bird Wilson, the establishment of an institute is a means to help Métis take control and make their own decisions, administer their own programs, and gain cultural pride based on positive influences. I personally really love that quote. Thank you, Connor, for including it in the presentation. Okay, is this over to you, Sean? All right, perfect, here we go.
Okay. Awesome. So many of you will have seen stuff coming out about our survey. Some of you may have seen Connor and I out in community, also Shyla, and we had Adam, who was an intern with the program that Sasha helped start. So we've got an online survey. It's quite comprehensive. For all of those who have done it, thank you for taking the time to complete it. I checked about half an hour ago. We have 894 responses right now. It closes September 30th. Let's get that over 1,000, maybe 2,000. It's a huge data set, which will really help us inform our next steps, and we can really concretely see what community is telling us, what direction we want to go as we continue developing this project. That nothing about us, without us. That grassroots approach is something that we've taken very seriously in this project, and why community engagement is such a priority. So we've done our survey, we've been doing in-person community engagement. I see many familiar faces that I've had the opportunity to chat with. Those conversations, those relationships are what builds a good education. We've conducted some focus groups. We've presented at regional leadership meetings. It's lovely. Some of you we've seen in the little boxes. It's nice to talk in person now. And our hope is that the community engagement will inform citizens about the project, build those relationships, and gather input. Something I want to emphasize is that this isn't a one and done, okay, we're going to go out, say, hey, community, what do you want? Check that box, and then go ahead and do the business plan, build the institute. Community engagement is something that will be ongoing, will be consistent as part of the institute indefinitely. Okay. What we're looking at, post-secondary experiences, gathering insights about current and past education experiences. What did your post-secondary education journey look like? For those who went through school, for those who didn't go to school, for those who struggled in the education system, what did that look like? We really want to understand so that we can make programming that is accessible, make courses that are possible for people to take. We want to look at those barriers, the support systems that have been used, and areas for improvement. Programming aspirations. What type of programs and career pathways are most desired by citizens and community? And of course, we want to make sure that it is aligned both with cultural values, this is hugely important, but also the realistics of the labor, to align with the labor market. We want people not only to get a good education, but we want people to make a sustainable living. And the cultural insights, we want to see how culture is embedded throughout student educational experiences. This institute is an opportunity to create something that doesn't yet exist in BC in terms of the post-secondary landscape. And we want to hold community conversations to gather cultural insights and input. What I want to emphasize is this is something that is ongoing. What we've heard so far. So on the survey, there's a question where people can select all. What courses do you want to see? The number one course that everyone has clicked is Métis History and Culture. That is something that everybody so far on the survey has said this is a ECCAT transferable course we want to see. Something like Connor talked about how he had a MICHF course as part of his undergraduate education for credit, that we could see students who are completing any type of program take that 3-credit course maybe in their first year, and then they have a lighter course load in that first year. They have 4 courses instead of 5. That is a great first step we'd love to see. Communities, especially those in rural and northern regions, really support that online or hybrid delivery. Accessibility is a huge barrier. BC is a diverse province, and transportation, accessibility, these are important concerns. Leaders and students really emphasized the importance of taking the time to consult and include knowledge carriers while it is still possible. I want to share a quote. I wrote it down in my notes while I was meeting with Marlene in Williams Lake. She said, if you're going to do history, Métis history, take the time to do it. Go into the trenches, find those old guys in the shacks. We're losing people so fast. This is a sentiment that was shared by so many community leaders, that we are losing elders, the knowledge carriers. The time to learn is is not, there's not as much time as we'd like to think. So that emphasis on taking the time to consult, to make that effort is really important. Experiential learning and culture interwoven into programming is absolutely essential. Sylvia, I think I saw you somewhere in here. Sylvia, there you are, talked about her experience as a student at SUNTEP and the experiential learning she was able to do as part of her program was absolutely so impactful on her learning. It wasn't just textbooks and courses and quizzes and everything. There is an opportunity to bridge or to bring tuition and money back into community and build capacity for the nation. So put that money into a Métis institution, supporting Métis students with that priority. There's feelings of misunderstanding in current programs and spaces. We'd like to see Métis specific programming. Our story sold opportunity to grow Michif identity. Want me to hurry up? Yeah. Yeah, I can be tangential. Inclusion of community voices along the way in developing the Institute is necessary. Additional support for our students, so counseling services, financial support, access to elders, knowledge carriers, navigating scholarships, career planning throughout the program. Questions and comments? So much more to come in much more depth.
Marcy, just before we open it up, I just wanted to recognize the great relationship that we have with the provincial Ministry of, what are you called now, Tara? Post-Secondary and Future Skills, the unpronounceable acronym of PFUSF. And we appreciate all the support from this provincial ministry, and it really shows what we can achieve when we work together in good partnership. So thank you, Tara, for being here. Also a proud Métis citizen.
I know we have, the tech team told us we have a hard stop at 10:15, but it's about 10:10 now, so we have about 5 minutes if anybody had any questions, comments, anything else. As Connor and Sean said, they will be here all weekend. We do have a booth set up next door here and some laptops, so if anybody hasn't done the survey and wants to, we have those set up, and welcome to come and visit us over there. We also have the rest of our STEPS team, so if you had any questions specific to the programming and offerings that we have, the team will be happy to answer those as well. Go ahead.
Tansei, Catherine Riddell, Nasikasan. Hello, my name is Catherine Riddell, and I am the new women's rep for Region 7. Just a comment that I'm really excited to hear about this today. I myself am a STEP student. My grandma, it was really important to her that she pursue her citizenship so that her grandkids could go to school. My education has been tied to my reconnection to who I am as a Métis person. And I just want to say that, you know, my hearing about the session prior, it dawned on me that my niece and my cousins, they're the 7th generation of students in the Peace region, of Métis people in the Peace region to go to school. Post-secondary education is incredibly important. I believe it's, my experiences have helped to elevate not only myself, but my family. I wouldn't say out of poverty, but into a better experience. And I'm really excited to know that we have the opportunity to weave culture and learning about who we are and reclaiming our languages as something that we can get credit for. So thank you for sharing that very concrete example, Connor. Myself, I have pursued language learning on top of a job and a university course schedule, and then attending language classes as an extracurricular. So to lighten that burden is not insignificant. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine.
Hi again. So super excited about this because yes, we've been talking about this for so long, and I feel like I've almost missed a boat here because I'm way past that in my education. My first question is, are you going to have doctoral studies in the future? Is that part of your vision for this institute?
Well, it is now.
Good. Okay.
Well, we have to see. We're just taking in ideas now, and so noting that, or even if the institute wouldn't, because it'll take quite a long time to get up to a doctoral level. But what kinds of supports or courses would be relevant for Métis doctoral students?
Okay. And another thing, I'd like to hear more about Connor's experience in the SUNTEP program, because you got cut off, and I feel like for us as Métis people, understanding, because those institutions can be so alienating and colonial and assimilative, and you've come out of a program so successfully, so proud to be Métis, and what elements of that do you hope to bring to BC for our post-secondary students?
I'll just quickly say, it's an excellent question, and I think there's a couple other SUNTEP grads in here as well as Tara Nault's mom was a SUNTEP grad too, which is super exciting. Yeah. We're running short on time, so I will explain that to you later on. But sense of community, sense of pride, knowing who you are, especially in a post-secondary sector that has been known to push Métis people to the side and ignored, and to feel recognized and heard, and it feels amazing, and it's a really kind of that spirit that I really hope to instill in this project.
Thank you. Wonderful.
I do want to honor the people at the microphones with questions. However, I do see our Chief Governance Officer, John Beaker, in the back, and we do have a 10:15 hard stop for our AGM business. So I don't mean any disrespect in cutting off right now. The STEPS team is here. We're here all weekend. Please come and ask your questions and talk with us, unless Pixie is a quick.
I just wanted to go through questions, but I can go and see them because I think there's.
Come see us. Come see us out there. We're going to be out there.
Come see us and do the survey.
The only thing I want to say is that I think we need to involve the communities and when we think about this, because each community is a little bit different and are going to bring a different eye to the things that may be needed. But I do believe that we need to create our own programs and we need to certify them and teach them. Education is huge dollars as well, and we need to create our own institutions where people are coming to our institutions and learning about us, from us, by us. So, hi.
Thank you, Pixie. We'll see you out there.
We'll just pop over to the side here, so if anybody else wanted to come over, we'll be there, as well as over in the trade chair. Thank you all so much.
So just a very quick announcement for everyone in the room. If you are a citizen, please make sure that you visit the registration table to be registered as a citizen, and you will be given a lanyard. And also make sure that you have an electronic voting device as well. When the business of the AGM starts at 1 p.m., you will need your voting device to participate, so please make sure that you do that before 1 o'clock. The grand entry will start at 10:30 in this room. Thank you. And it's such a pleasure being alongside these great people here, our Senate, as well as our veterans. And I'd like to welcome our new board. I'm not prepared for this, so I'd like to welcome our new board and our new board members and our past board members that have been re-elected. It's been such a pleasure working for our nation, and we will continue to work hard. And you're going to get it for this one, right? Okay, we got somebody going to come in, so what we're going to do is we're going to get seated. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have, next up is Brandon. Please take a seat, we'll begin with Brandon. Jigger for the UT. Okay, so now opening prayer from, so that's what's next. Good. Good morning and welcome to the 2024 MNBC Annual General Meeting. My name is Aaron Pete. I am from Chawathal First Nation. I'm a counselor with my community. I also serve MNBC as the Strategic Relations Manager, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Please give a round of applause for everybody who's put together this amazing event. We're going to start with an opening prayer from Senator Edkins and Senator Gladue.
Tanse, bienvenue, ma soeur et bon frère. It's good to see you all. It's especially good to see the young faces, because that's the future of our nation. And I'd like to dedicate my prayer this morning to you all, but to the young people in the world they're coming into, and the gathering you're doing here today. And your hearts and minds go out to them. O Creator, bless our youth with health, wisdom, and strength. May all the people who are here today that gathered to ensure that our nation can progress, give these youth and the children that are coming behind us the love and strength that they require. Ho ho.
Tansen dotimak. Miasin no mutahanos. Iwapm tago. Koyasko mutai pinata miki go miasik. Tamskamo go toasum sno. Iwahanos homuta kahkio kani poya. Mamtoni titan. Tani umuta kapi ni poya. So with that, I'm going to translate that to English the best I can. How wonderful it is for all of us to be here today. People that travel for many miles to get here today. And also, it keeps coming on my mind at this moment, and I'm going to say it. I want to recognize our leaders in the beginning of our nation. We have them standing here, right over here. I'd like to acknowledge you guys. You guys been around a long time, and you guys are still here supporting from your heart. I want to say that. For me, it goes to show the work they've done. It came from here. not always up here for themselves. They're here, still supporting. And that's what I call a Métis. So we're gathering here today to not only strengthen our societies and our nation, but more for our children. We're here for the children. That's our duty. Not only for ourselves, but we need to pass on our history, our language, our knowledge to who? To these little guys. That's going to lead our nation. That's going to look after us in the future. So I want to just stress that out here this morning, to remember why we're here. So with that, I'm going to say an opening prayer in my language, one of our languages. And I speak the Cree language, a broken Cree language that we speak as Michif people. So just bear with me. Then I ask each one of you to pray in your own way, the best way you know how, while I'm saying it in our language. Ha'anohtawi, asamino mutakakio, kapmasagami pia, kapni powia. Kindotamat nand, tapnsawimia, tapnsawistaman o mutakapmitahameksia. Koyas kakegigway, joasim snanak, tamskamoako, koyasko tinigan, upmachahono, tapmwasiaik. Anohtawi, kinaskom tamstahan ochomota piwichiwia, xnohtainan, koyas, tamskama, machahonan, anohtawi, nenaskomon, asaminano ota kagisiga. Thank you, migoch, mercy, kinaskom now. And also I want to say, the land that we stand on here today, the West Coast Salish languages that belong to this land that we stand on, I acknowledge them that we're on their land here today. So, and I see them standing over there. So I want to acknowledge them also. So thank you, merci.
Thank you very much, Elder. You took the words out of my mouth. We are having this assembly on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, who have taken and been here since time immemorial. We will have those dignitaries speak this morning and share their culture. At this time, I'd like to invite Alec Dan from Musqueam First Nation to come up and share a song.
Hello, everyone. It's such an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Musqueam people, to welcome you here to our traditional unceded territory, what we call the Greater Vancouver Area, shared with our friends and relatives from Tsleil-Waututh, Tawasin, Squamish. You know, we all occupied this area and had a lot of villages that we used for all of our wonderful different natural resources from Mother Earth. It's always an honor to be the voice for my people, because when we hear visitors coming into our territory, we used to meet and greet our visitors at the mouth of our river, what is called the Fraser River today. We used to come together as a whole community, from the youngest to the oldest, getting ready to meet and greet our visitors, sharing the wonderful resources that we had in this area. It's always an honor. I also come from the hereditary chief, Similano. He was a hereditary chief, and he was here with us in the late 1800s. And he made his way up to what is now called New Westminster. We had a village there, and he occupied that village with his family and community followers. Sad to say, he got pushed out of there, pushed across to the river to another village called Kikate, what is now Surrey area, Delta area, just on the other side of the Patello Bridge area. So to go along with these words of welcome on behalf of Musqueam, I want to share our Seven Sisters welcome song, and it comes from our village called Swikwai, one of the villages that we used to occupy. We used to go there and harvest the clams and the shellfish from that area, and it is now called Lumberman's Arch in Stanley Park. So with that, I'll share our Seven Sisters welcome song. Haitap Kasiyamni Siyaya. So once again, on behalf of the Musqueam people, welcome you here to our traditional unceded territory that is known as the Greater Vancouver Area today. Enjoy your time here and safe travels back home to your family and loved ones. Thank you once again. Haitap Awasiyam.
Thank you very much for that. I'd now like to invite Les and Sam George from Tsleil-Waututh First Nation to also share a song.
Osiam, and Tioyo. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to come in and share some of our traditions and protocols. My name is Sam George. I'm junior. My father is senior. We come from the bloodline of Tetswanu Slahol. That was his name before he was taken away to residential school. His name was changed. He became Dan George. He later became elected Chief Dan George. Those are our teachings of our Papa. That's who taught us. And that's why we're able to do the work that we do today. I share that with you because that's a part of the history of who we are. It's important that we share the history. Because it wasn't always shared, there's a history for history. And that's what we're doing now. We are Tsleil-Waututh. Means people of the inlet. You know, we proudly say we're Tsleil-Waututh. We're not Canadian. We were here long before that name was ever here. You know, we instill that in our children because it's important that they know who they are. You know, so these are the lessons that we do when we come home and do these kind of things and teach these kind of protocols and traditions. You know, my brother's going to sing a welcome song. It's going to be the prayer song. It's going to be the song that our Papa Dan received in the middle of ceremony. And it's called the prayer song. And it was adopted and it became the Salish anthem. You know, that's how powerful the song became. It became the Salish anthem. It went from being a prayer song that we used in prayer to becoming an anthem. And when we gifted it to the Salish people to use in ceremony. So my brother's going to sing that song to start and welcome not just our ancestors, but to welcome your ancestors and let them know that they're welcome in our territory, to be here and spend time with you. We call it opening the door in a good way, because we want your ancestors to come here and spend time with you in the territory. But also in that good way, we want them to let them know that when it's time to go in a good way too. Hosiam, Haichka, thank you. With that, we'd like to say thank you, and welcome to our territory. Hosiam, Haichka.
It's always an honor to learn about the culture and the history and the language. Thank you for sharing that. Next, I'd like to invite Councillor Wilson Williams up to share words.
Hi, Chechio. Just want to put my hands up to my brothers, my cousin brothers, for starting us off in a good way, and I really appreciated the few minutes we had in the green room to get grounded, and I was building them up. I couldn't wait to hear some drumming this morning for this beautiful day. Hatsqual Tanoyap, Yuan Hathan Squalowin, Chinquin Mentomiap, Sweochten Queen Koshamen, Skolp Mesho Chomeoch, Aslahan Ochomeoch, Yuquapsam Ochomeoch, Hamotston Ochomeoch. Just to translate some of the Skopmish Nachum, it warms my heart to be here on such a prestigious day as your leadership all of you here today with your gifts, leaving your homes and your family to be here to share those gifts to move things forward. I also shared who I am and where I come from. My ancestral name is Swichten. I'm proud to carry that name. It comes from my father's side of my Scotish family, but it hails from the land of the Uquapsum village up along the Squamish River. I share that as well because we're no longer strangers. So don't ignore me in the hallways when we're walking by at McDonald's. I'm joking. I got to share the feelings I get being here are so empowering. I come here as an ally. I come here as a friend. I'm a firm believer in solutions of moving forward, finding common ground. A true believer in our future, whether we look at it as the province, Canada, the Lower Mainland, here in the city of Vancouver. We are all here for some reason, and that is hope. The hope for our next generations. I share with you a message from our people, how we strengthen our relationships to move forward, how we enlighten our young ones, how we enlighten the unborn. It's working together. There's things that have been done in recent history, us as Indigenous people, our parents would never thought of that could have happened. As my dear brother mentioned, we are subjects of the residential school. Today, I provide that hope as a messenger. I carry a baton so proudly as an elected official for our people. I always remember my grandfather, Percy Paul, sharing, "Be good to each other." That simple word I carried, even though I was a bratty kid running around, bouncing off the walls. It resonates today. Finding mutual respect, having an open heart and mind. I applaud the leadership for moving forward. The status quo will not work tomorrow. It's about relationships and how we work together. It's an honor to be able to share, host, and welcome all of you as witnesses to this beautiful work that has taken place. I wish I can stay and share a meal with you all, but I have a council meeting, I have council duties. But it's an honor to start my day off with all of you. I empower all you, put your best foot forward, help move mountains. The hardships are behind us when we're neglected and shut out of our own identity. Fight the fight. We're here with you. It's an honor once again. I'd love to do this again and cheer and roar. My hands go up to Minister Rankin for his retirement of all your hard work. I know I seen you yesterday in the dirt pile of a future development. But these are changes us to move us forward. Thank you for listening to my words and having an open heart and mind. Chin Kunman told me, go get him. Osiam.
A standing ovation that is well-deserved. Our next guest is the Honorable Murray Rankin, Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Minister Rankin.
Wow, really hard act to follow. It's so wonderful to be here on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank you for giving us just a glimpse into the culture that continues to be so vibrant today. I can't help but getting choked up when I hear the fiddles, and I have been at other Métis gatherings, and some of you may have heard me say this, but when I was growing up, my father told me about growing up and working with Métis during the Depression, where they had no money and lived in rural Ontario. Some of you know Bancroft area. And it was through a Métis that my father stayed alive. And even when I was growing up, I heard so much fiddle music like that. Some of you remember Don Messer in the Jubilees? I was raised on that music. And so when I hear the fiddle music, I just get choked up. I have to tell you, it's really, really special. And thank you for the tribute. I am retiring, and that's why I guess I can say whatever I want today. And I do intend to say a few things, but I just want to start by saying thank you to the leadership, particularly Lisa Dawn Smith as president, outgoing president. Thank you for your leadership. And to all of the folks that have stayed on the Senate or who were elected people, I just want you to know that your leadership means a great deal. We have to continue as a province to strengthen our relationship, work better together, and we're going to do that, I hope, if our government gets reelected. I talked to my granddaughter yesterday, and I told her that I have one more sleep as minister. Because what happens, as you may know, is tomorrow the election writ happens, and I turn into a pumpkin, suitably an orange pumpkin, you'll understand. And I was going to do a video greeting for this event. And, you know, I'm walking by, because I'm going to the UBCM, and I'm walking by and I see, I'm not going to name names, some of you out there smoking as I go by every morning. And I said, well, why am I doing a video greeting? I'm right next door. So I wormed my way back in here. And it's just so great to be able to have, this is my very last speech I'm giving after my work at the federal and provincial level. So I hope that indicates to you how important I take our relationship. Walter Minault, thank you for stepping up. Where are you? Walter, thank you for stepping up and for your leadership. I was telling Walter that in my little house on Fairfield, Victoria, when I was raising my family, our neighbor across the way was the teacher in Kelly Lake, BC, who wrote about the experience of a one-room school, and that's been published, and Walter knows the book I'm talking about, because I know his people come from Kelly Lake, although I know you were raised in Dawson. Anyway, it's just remarkable to kind of close this circle as in my last little while as minister. 3 years ago in October, we did a letter of intent, province of British Columbia with Métis Nation BC, and we've worked on a number of things together, including work under the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And I want to start by talking a little bit about that because, you know, it's a work in progress. Let's be honest. It's the first time in any place out of Bolivia that any government has tried to implement that United Nations Declaration. And we did it in British Columbia, and we have been consulting with Métis Nation BC when legislation comes forward. We've been co-developing with treaty nations, with people who don't have treaty, and with the Indigenous peoples around British Columbia. Métis have Section 35 rights under the Constitution Act 1982. And we will never forget that because we cannot forget that. And no government in the future can forget that unless we forget our Constitution, which as Canadians we will never let happen. So I want you to know that we get that. And it's my job as minister, it has been my job to put meat on the bones of what that means to say that Aboriginal and treaty rights are affirmed in Canada. And Aboriginal rights includes Métis rights. Very specifically, Métis are named in our Constitution. And I think that that's my starting point in what I'm about to say. The most important thing I did as minister, I know some of you are aware of the work on Haida Gwaii. Some of you are aware of some of the things we've done recently. But people ask me what my most important job was. It was the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act and putting meat on the bones. We brought an action plan out with 89 specific things that every single ministry has to do, and Métis were involved along the way and must be involved along the way on those measures. Well, I'm here to tell you that tomorrow we're going to have election in British Columbia, and it's an important election. Every politician is going to tell you election's important. I get that. But I'm here to tell you that we have a party that is running against our party that wants to tear up the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act. That is the most important thing that we did, that I did, and the thing I'm proudest of is making that a reality and doing work with your nations and with Métis Nation BC and with First Nations across British Columbia. Please don't let us go backward. We must go forward. We need your support to move forward in a good way together. Because what was talked about in terms of unity and working together has never been more important. We do not want to go to a place where we divide each other. We don't want to go back to a world where racism and colonialism rears its ugly head again. We're on a different path. We've worked together. I'm not saying we got it all right. I know we've got a long, long way to go, but please don't let us go backward. All of you also are not just Métis people with Indigenous and Aboriginal rights guaranteed in the Constitution, but you're also British Columbians at large. You worry about healthcare. You worry about climate change. You worry about affordability particularly. I just hope that when you go to the ballot box, you'll ask yourself which way we want to turn. Do we want to have a government led by someone who doesn't believe in climate change, who says it's a hoax? Or do we want to go in a different direction where we work hard to address climate change? I want you to, in conclusion, I just want to leave you with two words. Before I say, I want to say what a wonderful honor it's been for me to be here at your annual general meeting again. I want you to know I really value, as I say, it's my last opportunity to speak on any stage. I want to say, keep up, keep going. I want to say, keep going, because you guys are really doing amazing work. My last two words are simply this, at this pivotal time in BC's history, just vote. Thank you.
I owe the individuals holding the flag an entire apology for having to hold the flags for this amount of time. If you are able to do so, please rise for O Canada and the Métis Ballad performed by Tricia Tucker, a proud Métis citizen.
on the river and across the western plain. As the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship as its destiny, and it's cursed to not belong. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. For this newest generation and the future ones to come, with the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. As we build the Métis Nation, as we watch it rise again, our past loss is motivation to inspire our future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians.
It's now time for the inauguration of the new MNBC board and regional representatives. I'd like to call up now Walter Minot, Melanie Allard, Patrick Harriet, Alan Lavallee, Dean Gladue, Deborah Fisher, Rainey Gervais, Susie Hooper, Paulette Flamand, Carmen Carrier, Danielle Burgun, Melissa Kelm, and Catherine Rodell.
Wow. Hoi Tekweis, Lakota Sioux. We are all related. Tansikiwa, toi, bienvenue. Good day. Alamassa et bon frère. Elders, senators, elected leaders of this Métis Nation of British Columbia, dignitaries, and honored guests. It is my privilege to ask Walter Minot to step up here, please. I heard that. Where is he?
take what we can get, like moments like these. Times we won't forget, 'cause they need to be.
Well, Walter, you can't run away.
Mother used to tell us things we needed to know. She still does today. For the times I never did, I think I'll honor her today. Appreciate the times we get by ourselves. Hang on to every line because we're hardly ever here. Father used to show us how to grow into men. We still look at him. And I'm speaking for my kin to take the time to honor him. I'm trying to honor my father and my mother. Appreciate my sisters and my brothers. Let's all get along with one another so we can honor our fathers and our mothers. Remember my mistakes, too many to count. Raising all the stakes every day I get older. Try to do my best to dwindle them down, but I'll always be working. And it's them I have to thank for the life I'm living now. I'm trying to honor my father and my mother. Appreciate my sisters and my brothers. Let's all.
Before I administer the oath, I look back through my records and the initial inauguration ceremony that took place in 2005, where President Dumont was there, will remember these words. Mr. President, you have been selected by your peers to fill the highest office of this nation. Upon your shoulders now rests the grave responsibility for the nurturing of this nation and the protection of its Constitution. I at this time counsel you to listen to the words I speak and the meanings I emphasize as you reflect on the course of your duties. The words I wish to impress upon you is integrity, loyalty, determination, and sacrifice. Integrity. Be honest with yourself and all others, regardless of their affiliations. Loyalty. Maintain your loyalty always to the people of this nation, its Constitution, and governing bodies. Determination. Never falter in the face of adversity, externally or internally, when representing the mandates and the culture of your people. Sacrifice. When you're faced with challenges in the fight for your people, remember they and their needs their needs come first, not yours for personal gain or promotion, ever. I present to you especially a sense of gravity in this office and the ultimate requirements to serve the nation. You are to keep order during the transaction of business and keep in mind at all times the common good of all our people. Are you prepared now to take the oath?
I solemnly swear.
I will read the oath out, and just you can say either I will or I shall after I'm finished. As President of the Métis Nation of British Columbia, I, Walter Manault, will be faithful to the British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to Métis Nation British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors. In all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board, I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people, and they are created this 20th day of September, 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I will. I get to say a few words? Thank you so much, Senator. I'd like to also thank Colette Trudeau and our staff, new board of directors. Today, I dedicate this day to my mom and dad. I lost Mom June 2nd of last year. She's been one of the most amazing inspirations in my life. She taught us family values. She taught us how important it was not just to be family, but to be Métis in this country and to respect our heritage and to respect our families, our citizens, and the people we gather around. My mom was one of the most important people in my life. This was our dream. We discussed the leadership that I was going to try to obtain when my mom was sitting in a hospital last year. Her words were, "My boy, you're going to be the president one day." This is for you, Mom. I love you. Sorry, at this time I would like to I'd like to do something that we haven't done before. And something we have never done before is to honor our past, to honor the people that bring us to where we're at today, to honor the dedication and time they put in for our nation, for our people. I've been part of Métis politics in one way or another for approximately about over 50 years. My dad was one of the very first vice presidents of the Louis Riel Métis Association of BC. I remember him taking trips in the 70s and 80s to Ottawa to go meet with Pierre Elliott Trudeau at that time. A lot of these leaders that came after him have fought those same battles and brought us to where we're at today. Métis people in this country at one time had no recognition, had no value to our nation, to our country. These leaders bring that recognition forward, brought us where we are today. And I think it's a great honor to have them here with us today. We have a couple of our leaders that could not make it today. But at this time, I'd like to honor some of our past leaders that led us to where we're at today, to this room, to everything that we have on our tables. He brought us the recognition of our Métis people in this country and continue to fight that battle from their homes. At this time, I'd like to bring up Lisa Dawn Smith. On behalf of our board, our nation, our people, Lisa, I'd like to thank you for your dedication, your time. Lisa has put over 20 years in with our nation. Many of those years volunteer. Thank you so much, Lisa, for everything you've done for us.
Wow, what an exciting day today. I guess I'm no longer officially president, so congratulations, Walter. It's been an honor to serve our nation for close to 20 years. I had to really struggle with the decision to step down, but family health comes first, and family comes first at all times. It's just been such a pleasure. It's been my life. I've been dedicated to it. I'm not going to go away. I'm still going to be around, but I want to thank you all for your support over the years. It's been incredible. I know this new board of directors is going to do well for our nation. We've accomplished a lot in the last few years and continues to grow and grow. I was really inspired to hear Murray Rankin's words about Section 35 rights for Métis in British Columbia. I thought that was a really wonderful way for him to leave as well, and I wish him well. But I just want to thank you all, and congratulations to the new board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Just one thing I want to say about Lisa. I've been on this board now for last 8 years, and I've seen some of the leadership come and go. Lisa was very instrumental in making what happened in the last few years and the progress that we made. One of the biggest things that she did do for our nation is when she brought our board together, she allowed our board to work as one. She allowed us all to utilize our expertise where it would best suit our nation and best help our people. In my mind, that's an amazing leader. Thank you so much, Lisa. Now I'd like to bring up one of our other past leaders, again, very instrumental in where we're at today. Fought a lot of hard battles for our nation, represented our people with respect, with honor, and dignity. Fought hard for every one of our individual chartered communities, every one of the citizens that sit here today, and put a lot of dedication and time towards our nation. At this time, I'd like to introduce our longest serving president in the history of MNBC, Mr. Bruce Dumont.
Ooh, that choked me up. So, you know, it's, we've all contributed, the past leaders, Jody Pierce, Harley Desley. Hello, Harley. We'll get a chance to talk after. I was the president or vice president for Harley in 2004. I got elected in May. And, you know, we operated on less than $500,000 a year, and we almost closed the doors in 2010 because they dropped our funding, our operational funding, down to $350,000. But we, as resilient Métis people, and you know, we're never going to give up. And so we made it through that, and it was just. I was elated when President or our Premier or Prime Minister got elected, Prime Minister Trudeau, because you know he embraced the Métis people and our funding came. But I got to thank all the past council members because we worked damn hard and with very little money to bring this to fruition. And you know, we never give up. We were there all the time. And you know, my son was the regional director for Region 1, and I moved to BC in 1972, and I belonged to Mackenzie at that time in Golden. My parents were members, BC Association of Non-Status Indians. And then I came out to the West Coast, and in 1990, I started to get involved in our communities, and 92, I was the vice president of North Island. But it's been a great journey. I learned lots, met so many great people. You know, you guys are you're hanging in there to make this happen. You know, just keep working hard. And as a nation, because we only have one nation, that's the Métis Nation, BC. The others are just, they're rogues. You know, so, you know. In 2005, we started working on the Constitution, the living, working documents, and look what you've done so far. You know, it's, and the Senate, I remember voicing those words also. I do, I will, I shall, and I did. And you know, it's been a great journey, and I love the nation, and I'll continue to work. I'm an elder at the Cowichan Valley Métis Nation, and just one of the... So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that, Bruce. Again, was it for leaders like Bruce, I don't think our Métis Nation would be sitting where it is today. So thank you for all the hard work you've done, Bruce, on behalf of all our citizens, my family, your family, and the people in this room. We are honored to have you here, sir. Our next past leader that we want to honor today Bruce had already mentioned his name, Mr. Harley Desjardins. Harley was very instrumental, along with Bruce, as developing our very first Constitution. The Constitution that we abide by today was developed by these men, these past leaders. It put us in the forefront of all the provinces. I believe we were the first province to develop a constitution. That constitution helped us form our government that we are sitting here with. That constitution helped us govern our people, help us to fight the battles that we've been fighting for the last 30 years. These past leaders were very instrumental to what we have and what we have to accomplish going forward. That is one of the main reasons why I'd like to honor these past leaders, is so we can recognize our history and the importance of it. At this time, I'm a little biased on this one. I'd like to honor one of our great presidents and my brother, Harley Desjardins.
Thank you, my brother. Even if you weren't my brother, you'd still be my brother. It's pretty emotional for me today. I wasn't sure if I'd ever see you guys again, but I'd like to thank everybody for the warm welcome. And it's just a tremendous privilege to see a lot of old faces and friends and family. The politics are a lot different than they were 20 years ago when I was involved. The governance model that you're working under today was more of a vision, but to see it operate in fruition and working for you people is a tremendous privilege. And I just want to acknowledge everybody for letting that happen, because it's not about white government or British government or anything like that. It's about your government. And you being able to do things the way you guys best see fit, because nobody knows better than Métis people what's best for Métis people. Yes, the politics, like I said, were different 20 years ago. You got stuff like social media where anybody can just tear things down without putting a face and having to back it up now, and you have to work against these invisible voices that are constantly trying to tear it down, but that's the challenge you have, and you guys are doing a good job. So just keep moving forward. Minister Rankin touched on the fact that there's a lot more contention going on these days. Back 20 years ago, we used to fight for rights. Now it's like you're having to kind of reaffirm what people a long time ago had to fight for. Things like racism are making a comeback, where people just blindly say, tear down our Indigenous communities, our Métis communities, just out of ignorance. And it's going to be a tough struggle for all of you here today, and for all of you back home when you get back to your home, to your own communities. You're dealing with various forms of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, but there's also the First Nations governments that we all have to work with too, and I applaud you for having them here today and recognizing them. So I just want to congratulate the new board, wish you all the best in your new mandate, and just have a great meeting this weekend. Thank you very much.
We also have a couple of past presidents that couldn't make it here today. We'll be sending them a letter and the plaque that we are honoring our other presidents with here. Again, thank you so much for this assembly, for allowing us to do this presentation. But I'd also like to thank and welcome another guest in our audience today from back home. I'd like to thank this man for coming in and joining our assembly. And I'd like to welcome him here, Mr. Alan Cutrelli, Mayor of Chetwynd, BC. Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to have you, my friend. So I am going to, at this time, let us commence with swearing in the rest of our board. So thank you guys very much, and it's going to be an honor to serve our people here.
Moving right along, I would like to invite the Vice President-elect to come up here, please. And Senator Gladieux.
I will after I read this.
Okay, I sure will. Are we going to get closer?
No, well, I don't know. We can make this. It's my honor to swear in your new elected VP. You will make the comment after I read this oath of office to you. As Vice President of the Métis Nation British Columbia, I, Melanie Allard, will be faithful to the British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to the Métis Nation British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNC Board of Directors in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the board. I will honestly and truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or use it for any purpose whatsoever during my subsequent term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibility in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat the Métis people equally, accept my responsibility to be of service to my people, and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. Absolutely. I swear this to the Métis people, our Creator, on this 20th day of September 2024, here in Vancouver, in the province of British Columbia. What say you?
I will.
Your new VP, people.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations on your election. Microphone's yours. You want to say something?
Oh, wow. This is so exciting. I am honored to be here as the Vice President of Métis Nation British Columbia. I'd like to thank each and every one of you out here for all your hard work, our communities, our past leaders. I just look forward to working with everyone, and I'm honored. Thank you.
The next, I'm looking right at him. My good friend Patrick Harriet, would you come up here, please, so we can trade a few jibes? It's a distinct pleasure for me to swear in our Region 1 Director, who I've worked with for a considerable period of time and have an extremely high respect for. I also dug back on the first inaugural swearing in that I did many years ago. And this is how it read when we swore in our directors in 2005. You, the directors, are the guardians of all the property and monies that belong to this nation, and by your presence in the governing board of directors, you're also charged with the responsibility of ensuring that constituents' rights and assisting the community presidents and executives to ensure fiduciary rights of the nation are met. Every community has a right to demand of its agents an account of their conduct. This assignment, amongst your other duties, is a burden you must bear as being the watchdogs of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. Think about that. So, Patrick, I will read to you your oath of office, and at the end of which I will ask you how you wish to swear. Either I will or I do. As Region 1, Vancouver Island Powell River Director of the Métis Nation of British Columbia, I, Patrick Harriott, will be faithful to British Columbia's Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors. In all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board, I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people, and I created this 20th day of September 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I do swear.
Congratulations, brother. And
so there you go, Patrick. Say something?
Yep.
Oh, thank you, everyone. So, in the oath of office, what I saw that was missing was, I also swear this before the ancestors in this room. And not to steal the thunder of perhaps another regional director that might say something similar, but also to the children that we put in the middle every single day. I know that the last term, there was a lot to learn, and I'm someone that doesn't like to speak without being informed. But now, in the second term, I know where we need to go. I see the path forward. And it's absolutely about our children, about our communities, and about our culture. And I'm very honored to be here again and to do this work on behalf of the nation. So Marcy, thank you so much.
I would now ask that the Region 2 Director, I believe it's Lavely, step up here, and Senator Glad, you, as a Region 2 Senator, would you swear in our newly elected Director?
Here's the oath here. So I'm going to read the oath for Alan Lavalley, Region 2 Director now, in 2 minutes' time to abide by what I'm going to read here. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on, but I can do my best here. I shall be true and faithful servants to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors. In all matters, resolved or, I need glasses. Thank you. Thank you, Alan. You know, it gets a time in life where all these things are, you even forget your glasses and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, as I was saying, I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or use it for any purpose, whatever, during subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold, defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, responsibilities in a manner that I will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly, faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis family people and equality. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I will swear this to the Métis people and our Creator this 20th day of September 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia.
I will.
Hey, Al. These are for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for everyone that took the time to vote during the election, and I hope to do the best that I can to serve all of you. Thank you.
The Region 3 Director is next on board, and as the region does not have a senator at this time, it's going to be my pleasure to do it. Dean. I have to be nice to him. See the size difference? Again, I'll read this to you, and then at the end of it, I will ask you how you swear. As a Region 3 Thompson Okanagan Director of the Métis Nation of British Columbia, I, Dean Gladieux, will be faithful to the British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis charter communities, and to the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors. In all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board, I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be that of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and to our Creator this 20th day of September 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I will.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Senator Atkins. I'm a man of few words, as you all know, so I'll keep it to a few. But I do want to honor this, first of all, the sash. It was given to me this morning by two veterans, that are back there. This is the new veteran sash. We see this style of sash, you know we're veterans. I'm very honored to be a veteran. I'm a warrior, I'm trained to be a warrior. I'm trained for battle, but I've now become a politician. And I believe that's where my gifts are now. And the reality is our people are at an interesting crossroads in our history. I believe 50 years from now, this time will be written again as a game changer. Yesterday was a game changer with what happened with the MNC and what's happening nationally. But I'm excited for the roots and I'm excited for where we're going. Because you know what? I get goosebumps when I say this. We have always been resilient. Our ancestors fought when they had nothing. When Cookham saw her grandchildren going hungry, or her children going hungry, somehow she schemed up, got something out of the cupboard, and cooked one heck of a meal. Bannock, whatever it was. That was my life. I grew up as a roadside allowance kid, and I saw those times. But you know what? We're here, we're flourishing, and you know what? I'm eating well. Ho hoy.
I noticed your diet. Sorry. Region 4 Director-elect, please, Deborah.
I feel really special today.
There, just got to get a little bit higher there. Tanishikiwa, Kevin Murray, the Shinnikashon, Kimberly, BC, New Weekend. Hello, everyone. I'm the newly elected senator for Region 4. And although I've only known Deb for about 2 years, I like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character. And she's probably the hardest working person that I know for the Métis Nation. I'm very fortunate to be in her region and to be able to work alongside her to advance our nation. So I'm going to read the oath of office. As Region 4 Kootenays Director of the Métis Nation, British Columbia, I, Deborah Fisher, will be faithful to British Columbia's Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors. In all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board, I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator this 20th day of September 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I do and I will. So as Patrick said, I might add something about the children. So without our children, we're not a nation. simple. And I turn into a grizzly bear when I have to. But I want to act in kindness and good faith and honesty, because I want to make sure that our Métis people are proud. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking part. I want us to stand tall, stand proud, and be a true Métis. We're all Métis. Thank you.
Region 5 Director-elect, Mr. Gervais, por favor.
My turn, I have to borrow my glasses back. Anyway, I've known Mr. Gervais for quite a few years. Been together, we've seen a lot, we've done a lot, shared music a lot. We've seen some really good times. We've also seen some pretty bad times in our families. So anyway, congratulations, Rainey. And I will read your oath to you. Oh God, this is unreal. I don't think I need this. As Region 5 North Central Director, the Métis Nation, British Columbia, I, Rainey Gervais, will be faithful to British Columbia's Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the NNBC Board of Directors in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the NNBC Board. I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or use it for any purpose whatsoever during the accomplishment of my office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation, BC. I will carry out my duties, obligations, responsibilities in a manner that will honor the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully do the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor and our future and our children ahead of us. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator on the 20th day of September 2024 at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I will. Just want to say a few words. When I got in 2016, I didn't know what I was getting into, senior leadership. And all I knew was back then I wanted to do the best I could. My region supported me, North Central, Region 5, and it built up a lot of compassion for me as the years went by. So I went one term, second term, and it just goes on. And I always had this dream of looking after elders, because I think they're really important to our nation as advisors, knowledge keepers, and just being who they are. I want to thank everybody. The staff of MNBC has always been great for the last two terms. And I want to thank you all for believing in me to be able to put me where I am today. Thank you so much.
Region 6, Susie Hooper.
Hi, I've got to lower it. I'm Sandy Dory, Senator for Region 6, new to the position, and very proud to be asked to present the oath of office to Susie, a very hardworking, dedicated Métis citizen. Susie, I will read the oath of office to you. As Region 6 Northwest Director of the Métis Nation, British Columbia, I, Susan Hooper, will be faithful to British Columbia's Métis citizen, Métis chartered communities, and to Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board. I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be aware of my people, to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator this 20th day of September at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. What say you?
I shall.
Congratulations. Thank you. There you go.
So thank you, everyone, and it's an honor to be sworn in by Senator Sandy Dory as her first official inauguration in act. So it's a pleasure to be here with Sandy, and thank you for stepping up to be our senator. I would like to thank Region 6 for their faith and trust in me in what is now going to be my 4th term to serve them. I will be your voice for Region 6, and again, I thank you for your support. I would like to acknowledge and thank my family for being here. I have my sister here, I have my daughter here, I have my niece here, and I have my great niece here, and I have my sister, who is the matriarch of our family, watching us on live stream. And I'd also like to shout out, I'm very honored, and my sisters at heart, Lee Fraser, Leanne McFeeters, who were sworn in with me in 2008 as regional women's reps. And we are still, thank you. We are still here, we're working with you, we're working for you, and I know Leanne and Lee have walked beside me on this journey my whole tenure, and I'm looking forward for the next 4 years. I'll say I started when I was 50, I'm going to be done when I'm 70. And so thank you very much.
Region 7, Alain Flamand.
There could only be one reason why Senator Atkins emphasized 7, because it is the biggest and the best region in the province. Not that I'm biased by any stretch. I will now read this oath. As Region 7 Director of the Métis Nation, British Columbia, I, Paulette Flamand, will be faithful to the British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and to the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I'll be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNC Board of Directors in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNC Board. I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion, which I have little or no doubt. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during my subsequent term of office. Really? Okay. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibility in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my abilities and skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be one of service to my people and bring honor to our future and to our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator on this 20th day of September 2024 here in Vancouver. What say you?
I will.
Don't tell me, tell that.
Great. Well, first of all, I just want to say that I have so much gratitude to the Creator, because it was the Creator actually that has put me here to serve my citizens in Region 7. I really want to thank them all for their votes of getting me in, and I also declare that I'll continue to be of service. My philosophy in life is all about servant leadership. I am here for the people. It has nothing to do with me. There's no ego. I always say ego is edging God out, and God is with me as I continue to serve the people of Region 7, but also all the people in British Columbia, because not only are we elected in our region, but when we're at that table, we are there to make decisions for all of you across British Columbia, and I'm very honored and still have the energy to do the work over the next 4 years. So thank you very much.
Oh, did I take the wrong one? No, take them both.
Oh, take them both.
Because we like you. We're almost there. Everybody hungry? The elected representative for the Métis women of British Columbia, please.
Hi, Carmen. Thank you for stepping forward on this. I will read the oath to you and ask you to declare after. As the chairperson of the Métis Women BC, I, Carmen Carrier, will be faithful to British Columbia's Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, Métis Women BC, and to the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful, I can't see very well here, faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the MNBC Board of Directors and MWBC in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the MNBC Board and MWBC. I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future and our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator this 20th day of September at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. What say you? I will. Congratulations. And that's
Marcy, I keep telling myself to hold it together. I just want to thank the Creator, and I want to thank my grandparents. Yvonne Hamlin, and Joseph Carrier. I'm here, and I'm a proud Métis woman. I also want to thank my family. I want to thank my mom and dad, and my children, and my nieces, and my sister. My dad was really sick in the hospital this summer, so I'm really thankful he's here today to witness this. And I just want to thank all of you. I want to put a shout out to Dr. Howard Adams, who saw me as a young 20-year-old smart-ass kid and really encouraged both my sister and I to lead and to remember the children and to remember that educating our children on being proud to be Métis is so important. I want to thank my elders, Phil and Betty Gladue, for all their encouragement. And I want to thank Louis DeJager for all of his encouragement and support. And I also want to thank the past MWBC Council and Committee, and thank you for all your support. I am a intergenerational residential school survivor. My grandmother, Yvonne, went to residential school. My uncle, Damas Carrière, is in the mass grave in Depatoche. I, like Dean, am a warrior. I come from strong, proud blood. And I promise that I will fight for your children. And I promise to my children, to Joshua, Bryn, Olivia, Adams, Sophie, and Alethea, I promise that I will fight for you, and I'm doing this for you. Thank you very much. Merci.
The Métis Youth Representative for the province of British Columbia.
Thank you. And Danielle, I'm going to swear the oath to you. Then you can say, I will, or whatever you want to say at the end, but that's entirely up to you. But I'm going to do my best to read this. And, excuse me. Yeah, so I want to congratulate you for your position here and the service that you're going to do. Okay. As the chair of the Métis Youth of BC, Daniel Bergiven, I will be faithfully to British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis Charter of Communities, Métis Youth of BC, and the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the Métis Board of Directors. And the youth representative in all matters. Be it resolved, I shall treat all confidential information as a confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for my own purpose whatsoever during the subsequent in my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of Métis of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the nation, Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will truly, faithfully, and do the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the truths placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future, our children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator, this 20th day of September at Vancouver in the province of British Columbia.
I shall.
Wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. Yeah. Here's yours. You can keep it in this folder. You got 2 of them there. Right? Yeah. Well, I'll give you one more.
Okay.
Okay, so. There, in case you lose that one.
Oh. Tanshe, Kiowao, hello everyone. I'm so honored to be standing here in front of you all today. I stand here in humility and with a deep understanding of the responsibility that's placed on me in this leadership position, and I commit to working hard on behalf of the youth and of the nation, and I really am so honored and grateful for this opportunity. Merci.
And I believe the last oath of administration is to the Region 3 Women's Rep. Okay, I'll do it. You got 7 also?
And 7.
Oh, and 7, okay. Well, I'll do it. Okay. I will read the oath of office and at the end ask you to subscribe to it, okay? As Region 3 Thompson Okanagan representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, I, Melissa Kelm, will be faithful to British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, Métis women of BC, and to the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the Métis Women of British Columbia. In all matters debated, resolved, or brought before MWBC, I will honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or use it for any purpose whatsoever during and subsequent to my term of office. I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat all Métis people equally. I accept my responsibility to be of service to my people and to honor our future children ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people, and I create on this 20th day of September in Vancouver in the province of British Columbia. How say you?
I shall.
Thank you.
I'm going to say thank you to all of the women, not just in Region 3, but across British Columbia, who have always supported me over the years. I've always said I use my voice because my grandma was never able to. I think my grandpa, he always said to be proud of who I am, my mom who stood beside me, and my kid who's in Toronto right now going to university, who has supported me through my own education and why I'm standing here today. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our, oh, are we missing one? Oh, sorry. Region 7. Sorry.
That's just him. He's jealous of Region 7, as I said earlier. I will now read this to you. As the Region 7 representative for Métis Women BC, I, Catherine Riddell, will be faithful to the British Columbia Métis citizens, Métis chartered communities, and Métis women of BC, and to the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I shall be a true and faithful servant to the Métis Nation as a member of the Métis Women BC, in all matters debated, resolved, or brought before the Métis Women of British Columbia. I will honestly and truly declare my mind open and my opinion. I shall treat all confidential information as confidential, and I shall not disclose it to any third party or to use it for any purpose whatsoever during my subsequent term of office. I shall uphold the Constitution of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. I will carry out my duties, obligations, and responsibilities in a manner that will bring honor to the Métis Nation. I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust placed in me. I will dedicate my service to treat Métis people equally, accept my responsibility to be of service to my people, and to honor our future, our children, ahead of myself. I swear this to the Métis people and our Creator on this 20th day of September at Vancouver in BC. How say you?
I shall.
Congratulations. One copy for you.
Thank you so much. I am standing here today, the woman that I am, because of my grandma and the aunties that held up my mother as she raised 3 children on her own. I do not stand here alone, and I just want to bring into the room, my matriarchs who are with me here today by saying their names. My mother, Lori, grandmother, Betty, her mother, Annie, and her mother, Isabel. Thank you so much.
I think I can say with some confidence now that that is the end of the swearing-in ceremonies. I would leave you with a quote from the Stolo. E quisi eimi. I'm glad you're all here.
Yes, I think I heard somebody earlier say, is anybody hungry for lunch? It's now lunchtime. They will be served in the Point Grey room. Please allow elders and helpers to go first. We'll see you all back here at 1:15 for the start of the business meeting. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you could please take your seats, we will be commencing in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. When I announce the number of delegates that we have, just take a very quick one. So, yeah, no, I'm fine. I can get things started. Yeah. So, yeah. Thanks, Aaron. Your last name is pronounced Naj? Naj? Sorry. Naj? Close enough. It's okay. Judith, close enough. That's actually also amplified. My entire name is Naj. Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. We are going to commence. So welcome everyone to the 2024 MMBC AGM. My name is John Beaker. I'm the Chief Governance Officer of Métis Nation, British Columbia, and I will be serving as clerk of the AGM over the weekend. I will briefly introduce the rest of the staff that will be assisting the AGM. To my right is Judith Naj. She is the Governance Community Coordinator. She will be assisting me specifically with the people who are joining us online. And over in the corner is Nicole Ludwig, our Manager of Governance, who I am warmed to see has more fans than I do. She will be assisting with displaying the text on the screen for the motions that are at hand. So I've been informed by the registration table that we had 164 delegates registered in person. How many people do we have online?
12.
And we have 12 people online for a number of 176 delegates registered. Bylaw 3.8 of the MPCBC requires that 36 people be present to constitute a quorum for business at the annual general meeting, and I can see that we have met that requirement. So before we get on to our agenda today, we are going to conduct a test vote so that you can confirm that your voting devices are working, and so that everyone knows how to use the voting devices in the room. And also for those of us, for citizens that are joining online, you will be able to practice a vote as well. So thank you for that. For people who are online, if you are part of the Zoom call, a poll will be pushed up to you who are participating via Zoom, and then you'll be able to vote accordingly when a vote is called. So thank you for that. So for in-person, No, and thank you for the reminder, Deb. Before we actually get to the voting, it was brought to my attention that a white cane that was folded up was left behind in the room, and the owner is looking for that. So if you found a white cane, probably somewhere in the back of the room that was folded up, please turn it into the registration desk or to myself. Are you ready for the vote? Okay, so we'll proceed with the test vote. So we'll display it. So the test question is resolved. Can you clear the Zoom part of it so we can read what the resolution is? Thank you. Okay, the test question is resolved that pineapple is a legitimate pizza topping. I'm going to read the mood of the room and say that we don't need debate on this. So if you are voting in favor, please click A. If you are opposed, please click B. And if you're abstaining, please click C. And for those of you online, please click the according vote you wish to cast. Okay, it looks like we have all of the votes cast in the room. We'll give the people online a few more seconds to cast their vote. Okay, so we have the results of the votes right now. If those could be displayed on the screen, please. Okay, so we had 57 in favor, 16 opposed, and 14 abstained. The resolution that pineapple is a legitimate pizza topping passes. So that probably was the most important piece of business that we're conducting this weekend. So we are now going to move on to opening up nominations for chair of the 2024 AGM. So I'm going to declare nominations open at this point. If you wish to nominate somebody for the position of chair, please come up to one of the microphones at the front. State your name, the community that you are from or the office that you hold, and the person that you wish to nominate.
Hello, hello. There we go. Susie Hooper, Troy River Community Member. I would like to nominate Dave Pelche.
Thank you. Dave Peltier has been nominated, and I see Dave Peltier in the audience. Do you consent to the nomination of chair? Excellent. So Dave has consented to the nomination of chair and has been nominated for chair of the AGM.
I'll second it.
Okay, and can you...
Wendy Schneider, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I second Dave Peltier.
Excellent, and we have a seconder. Are there any other nominations for chair of the AGM? I'm not seeing anyone come up to the microphone. So final call for nominations for chair of the AGM. Final call. Nominations are now closed for the chair of the 2024 AGM. As there is only one candidate, Dave Peltier, I declare him acclaimed.
There we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate the nomination, the second, and the faith that the nation is putting in me to assist and guide through our AGM. It's always a privilege, and I take it seriously, and again, thank everyone for the acclamation. So we have, sorry, just a moment. We do have quorum. We have dealt with the nomination of the chair, and so I will officially call the meeting to order. And we will move to, hopefully everyone has their heavy book with them. And we're going to be moving on to the adoption of the agenda. And so really this would be the draft agenda that's found at pages 3, 4, and 5 of the book, and the way that that's been presented. Obviously, there's motion 1, motion 2 has been switched to just, it was a typo or a misprint there, but we're at the adoption of the agenda. And so I will open it up to the floor for anyone, to move the adoption or second. And I'm seeing some hands. So thank you, Mr. Massey. I will ask, just so that our minute taker can hear, because it's kind of hard even for me here, if you can come to one of the microphones to do that. We have mics on both sides of the room, and I appreciate your efforts.
Tyler Massey, North Island Métis, move the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you.
Agenda, sorry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harriet?
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation Greater Victoria, I second.
Thank you very much. We now have the draft agenda properly before the assembly or the meeting. Is there any comments or discussion on the agenda as proposed? Oh, this is going to be easy if it's like this all weekend, right? Or is this that false sense of security? Is that... All right, I'm not seeing anyone jumping up to the microphone. Then we will put this to a vote. Yes, I thank you for reminding me of that. One of the things that I love about one of the ways that we can deal with is unanimous consent, and so I will see if we have unanimous consent. Obviously, the oddest way to find unanimous consent is to find out if there's any objections. Are there any objections to adopting the agenda? I see none. The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. And we're going to jump right into the adoption of the 2024 AGM standing rules. This can also be found at page 6, and I'm sure it will be put on one of the screens. These are the rules we've used in the past. Again, these rules are designed to assist the Assembly in fostering and encouraging respectful dialogue, discussion, and ensuring everything that we can also work in a productive manner. I will turn it over to our clerk to read the standing rules at this time.
Thank you. So the proposed AGM standing rules. The rules of order below are intended to facilitate progress, include MMBC citizens in debate and decision-making, and ensure fairness, equality, and common sense. The meeting will be run in accordance with the relevant provisions of the BC Societies Act, the MMBC bylaws, and the Constitution. Only MMBC citizens are entitled to speak and vote at this meeting. A citizen who is attending the meeting in person and wishes to speak will approach the microphone or have the microphone brought to them, wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking, and open by stating their name and community. A citizen who is attending the meeting virtually and wishes to speak will request to do so by using the raise hand function, wait to be recognized by the chair and be unmuted, and open by stating their name and community. As much as possible, the chair will alternate between recognizing virtual speakers and in-person speakers. On each issue or motion, a citizen will be entitled to speak up to 2 times for no longer than 2 minutes each time. Speaking a third time or longer than 2 minutes will require permission from the Assembly. If a citizen has questions, they may ask one follow-up question within the same 2-minute time slot. To speak a second time on the same motion or agenda item, a citizen must wait until those who wish to speak to it on the first time have done so. Debate must be related to the pending motion or agenda item. The chair may alternate between proponents and opponents to a pending motion if needed. Previous question is not in order prior to 30 minutes of discussion on a motion or agenda item unless approved by unanimous consent. And speakers must observe decorum, must avoid personal attacks and disorderly or discourteous behaviors, and are expected to help maintain a safe and respectful meeting environment. Just a couple of comments I'd like to make after reading those standing rules is that the rules around a citizen being entitled to speak up to 2 times for 2 minutes each time, and if a citizen has questions, they may ask the questions within their same 2-minute time slot. Because on our agenda we have a staff presentation and also a board Q&A. Those rules will be in place for those sessions even though we're not discussing the business of the AGM. And then for standing rule number 10, when it references previous question, that's calling question. We want to give at least 30 minutes of discussion for every item if there is appetite for discussion. If discussion has naturally ended, then we can go entirely to a vote, but we are going to give it 30 minutes before somebody can actually call the question and call a vote to end discussion and commence voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. And so I will look for someone to move and second the adoption of those standing rules. And I'll recognize the speaker to my left.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association Vice President. I move to adopt the standing rules.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Rob Anderson, Vancouver Sea to Sky, I second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? I know these have worked for us well, I think, in the last few years where we've been employing these rules. Is there any comments or questions arising online? Nope, okay. Not seeing any, and this would be an example of the 30 minutes. We're not needing 30 minutes of discussion. We can go to question. I will seek again if we have unanimous consent. Oh. Yes. Is there a way to bring one of the microphones to her? Thank you so much.
Hi, Anya McVeigh, Two Rivers Métis. Just a question with regards to the 2 times 2 minutes policy, and in relation to the question being called. with the question being called, will there still be permitted to continue discussion if there are points still waiting to be made and people still waiting to speak? Or will the question immediately be put to vote?
Thank you very much for that question. That's certainly a situation that often does arise. The way I've done it in the past, and then certainly this is up to the Assembly and the meeting itself, what I often do is I'll have a list, or certainly we'll see people standing. If there are people standing, and obviously that's an indication of a desire for continued discussion, and someone calls questions, even if we're past the 30 minutes, what I've done in the past, and I'll again look for approval, is to allow those who are already indicated their desire to speak by rising or having raised their hand, or if I have on the list, have kind of stop it at that where I've got it, let them speak, and then we'll deal with postpone that question until the end of that. So I want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to speak when they wish to, and that everyone's voice gets a chance to be heard.
Okay. And there's a couple of us who are in chairs and that kind of thing. Will we be able to simply raise our hand and be part of that list?
Yes, what I would suggest, I'll try to keep an eye on, and I appreciate your hand nice and high. It was very easy for me to see. Sometimes if I'm keeping track or writing, I might miss hands. So certainly if there's someone sitting near you that can also assist in kind of flagging us down so that I can indicate the name on my list as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beaker?
So just a quick point of that as well. I am going to be looking for a staff person to be watching for hands in the audience for people who are either unable to come to the microphone or may have difficulty coming to the microphone. So we will have somebody in the audience that will be helping curate the speaking list.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question, so that everyone again is on the same page. So at this point, I will look for unanimous consent on the adoption of the standing rules. Is there any objection to the standing rules as presented? Seeing no objection, the standing rules are adopted. Thank you very much, everyone, and we will keep on rolling. So now we are on motion 4. That would be to review and adopt the 2023 AGM minutes. Those are in the book starting at page 7. I hope people have had an opportunity to check and see if there's any errors or corrections that are required. And I will open it up. We'll open it up for any corrections that were observed or noted. Please feel free to come to the microphone. Just give it a second. I'm not sure if anyone's still looking through.
Mr. Chair, we do have someone requesting to speak online.
Thank you. Yep, we'll recognize the person online.
Steve Arnett, Gowitson Valley Métis. Just a correction, a minor correction, I guess, on to point 3, adoption of the AGM standing rules in the 2023 minutes. My name is Arnett. There is no E on the name of it, and the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we caught that. Appreciate that. That was page 10. Thank you. Any other corrections? Leader McDonnell?
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley District, Métis, really small too. My name is MC, capital D, not MAC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So anywhere within there where it's MAC should be changed to MC. And we'll have another speaker in a moment here. Please go ahead.
Hi, Anya McVeigh. Another spelling correction for a name. Last name is MC, capital V-E-A-N, not A-N-E.
And I believe that's on page 14. Are there any other, is that the only location, or that you're, a couple of them? All right, so at least one on page 14, and then anywhere else where that name is misspelled to be corrected. Thank you. Any other corrections? Seeing none. Oh, has been 30 minutes. Oh, just be ready? Oh, sorry, okay. I wasn't sure if there was another speaker in the crowd. All right, I will look for, just a second. Thank you. So no other further corrections, then we can declare this adopted as corrected, unless there's any objection. Seeing none, it is adopted as corrected. Thank you very much, everyone. So now we are on motion 5. And where? Thank you. I was just looking to see if it was on one of the pages. So I think motion 5 is going to just come up on the screen. And this is in relation to the location of the 2025 AGM. So when ready, that can be put on the screen.
Sure. So, the location of the 2025 annual general meeting requires a majority vote to approve. Be it resolved that the MMBC 2025 annual general meeting be held September blank 2025, subject to public health and/or public safety orders. The MNGA 2025 AGM be held in person with an online participation option in Region 1. If public health or public safety orders do not allow for an in-person AGM on this date, or there are significant restrictions on in-person gatherings, the AGM will be held virtually, and a decision to hold the MMBC 2025 AGM virtually must be made by the MMBC Board of Directors 90 days prior to the AGM and will fill in the blank. And we've given 3 option dates: September 12th to 14th, 2025, September 19th, 2021, 2025, September 26th to 28th, 2025. So we will be looking for a mover and seconder of a motion, and then it will be open for discussion and/or amendments.
Thank you very much. So I'll look for a mover. I see to my right. Go ahead, Mr. Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I so move.
Thank you. Speaker to my left.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association. I second.
Thank you very much. So it is before the Assembly, and I'll invite Mr. Harriet if he wishes to speak to the motion.
Thank you. I think it's been a long time coming. I've wanted to see AGM in Region 1 for, I'm not even sure if it's ever happened before. So I'm looking forward to this passing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Van Waringen, would you wish to speak as seconder?
I also would second Director Harriet, that Region 1 would be a great place to have it. So.
Great. So, go ahead to my left.
So I didn't realize Region 1 would be put in here, which is great, but I thought we would have other options. I would like to put an amendment in there or have a vote. I would like to put forth Region 6, as it has not been held in Region 6, and with the consent of all of our communities in Region 6, we have expressed interest in holding it in Region 6 as well. And the last time it was held on the island was in 2002, so it has been held on the island.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to look for whether there's a seconder for the proposed amendment to add to put Region 6 as an option.
I'd like to second the motion. My name is Lee Fraser, Surrey Delta Métis Association.
Thank you very much. So
And I'd like to speak quickly in favor of that. When the idea of moving the AGM around first came up, the idea was to have it in the north and then have it in the south. So we're having it in the south now, so it seems that Region 1 maybe should be in 2 years and go north next year. And I think that the ferry, expenses for the ferry is, it's a hardship for a lot of people that might want to attend in person. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I recognize the speaker to my left.
Louis DeJager, Chilliwack Métis Association. I would support the North as well. I've just been up there on a tour around the province, and I saw the infrastructure and things that they do have in place there. There wouldn't be a better place than Region 6 to host the AGM. And that would be in Terrace.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Speaker at the back, I'll recognize.
Anya McVeigh, Two Rivers again. Honestly, doesn't matter to me which of these regions it happens in, but a less cost-prohibitive hotel would be great, because basically if you were not a covered delegate, people mostly couldn't come here unless they were day tripping.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that comment. Speaker to my left.
Pixie Wells, Fraser Valley Métis Association. I speak in favor of moving it around. I remember that conversation Lee Fraser and I had many years ago about moving it around the province, and that was the idea. So I speak in favor of moving it up north next year and bringing it back home to the south the following year.
Thank you very much. To my right.
Rainy Gervais, Region 5. I'm in favor of Region 6. They have an airport, and I believe it's Terrace, so you can fly in there, and it's not that easy, not that hard to reach.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, Vanessa Mueller. I'm the Vice President for Tri-River Métis in Region 6. It's never been held in our region, and I think as the smallest region, we sometimes get forgotten in a lot of things and a lot of planning, and we would like to showcase what the Northwest actually has.
Thank you very much.
Wendy Schneider, Region 4. Why don't we have it in God's country out in the Kootenays?
Can you repeat that?
Why don't we have it in God's country out in the Kootenays? We've never had it there.
Are we wishing to propose an amendment?
Amendment to Region 4.
Okay, well, essentially, the way I'm envisioning this is going to play out to be just the same way with the dates, is if we have the options that are there, we'll do a poll or a vote, essentially a rated poll on the location, same with the dates, so that those views will be able to be expressed. Do we have a seconder to add Region 4 as proposed by President Snyder? I'll recognize here. Yes, go ahead.
Jeff Crozier, President, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I will second that motion for Region 4.
Thank you very much, and I'll recognize to my right.
Yeah, I just wanted to question, we're throwing regions around here, and you start getting some people with a little hurt feelings. Why not actually come up with how it's going to be for the next 3 years? 6, 1, 4, whatever it may be, rather than us doing this so that someone is going away not feeling like they've been recognized. Patrick had a very good, for number 1, they had some very good reasons for 6.
Thank you. I'll recognize former President Dumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. 2002, We had a resolution to go from MPC-BC to MNBC. Nelson in 2003, we ratified that we were a nation, a Métis Nation BC.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Wendy Schneider. I'm saying this on behalf of the hunters because it's hunting season now and they all like to go to the Flathead. Mark?
Thank you very much. The brief discussion I had with Mr. Beaker and how we might be able to proceed with this is, and again, this is, I'll leave it with the group here. We could simply pick and set the next 3 years in order and have we could do the next 6 years and kind of set that order. And then the specific dates would only apply to next year. And then in the future AGMs, it would just be to set those specific dates in the known location if we wish to do it that way. I'm seeing some heads nodding. I'm seeing someone come to the microphone. Please go ahead.
Jan Owens, Cowichan Valley Métis. Seems to me that the decision was that every alternate year it would be here in the Lower Mainland because of expense, and the alternate years we would change. And I'm from the island, but I'm thinking about the north. Yeah, they don't have a lot. They don't have as many communities, and that's why they need us there.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it to Mr. Beaker.
So, and thank you for that comment, Jan. So that's why I said that we could set, the regions for the next 6 years, because every second year we would just list it as Region 2. We come back to the Lower Mainland. So what I would suggest then is we should have probably an E for the be it resolved, where we can talk about the rotation or whatever word we want to use for, I guess it would be 2027 and 2029, and then we can slot in Region 6, Region 4 for whenever we want that, and then for 2026 and 2028, we'd be back in Region 2. We'll set which region we want for next year, and then we can start discussing which dates we want for next year, and then at the next AGM, we have the region, we just need the dates.
President Minot.
Hello? All right. Just a little bit of clarification on that. I don't know if it's in our bylaws or our constitution where we have to choose a venue every second year as we come to the mainland every second year, and then we choose another site. So does our bylaws or our constitution allow us to make that agenda to schedule it for the next 4 to 6 years? So I think we should check that out before we move on that.
I think I just got a bit of a preview of the next 4 years with our new president. Article 68 of the MNBC Constitution reads as follows. An annual general meeting of the Métis Nation British Columbia must be held annually. The precise dates and locations of an AGM must be determined at the AGM immediately preceding that AGM. Precise is carrying a lot of weight in that article there. So is naming a region precise enough, or can we name a region and then at the next AGM we can choose, say, a city or town within that region? I would actually leave it up to the Assembly. I could read it either way, but thank you for having me check the Constitution and read that out.
Hi there. I want to say thank you to the fellow who did point that out in the Constitution. Now, since this is an AGM and there is a possibility of possibly changing the Constitution to address that issue, I suggest that the committee or the group of people here consider that, because this is the time under an AGM where we have the votes here to make those kinds of decisions. I mean, carrying this on all day is not going to get anybody anywhere, and I think we have to think about the semantics. If it's in the Constitution, we follow that along with the bylaws. So if the group needs to amend those things, this is the time to do it. And if you need to set up an ad hoc committee under the board of directors, then do so. There's a lot of factors to consider, particularly economic, which is impacting everybody and all of us, considering how expensive everything is to do. So I kind of would prefer to defer this until we check it out properly and make the necessary amendment. Are we going to do it, name it every 1, 2, 3, 4 years? It bounces around between region 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or let's put it in writing so we have something to guide us along so we can avoid this kind of rhetoric. I don't mean to be rude or insulting, but you know, I've been a long time incorporating societies in my profession, and it's just one way to make it easier for us as a roadmap to continue for the future, and it saves time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And so I think what we've kind of got, and then through the discussion, and those various concerns of our previous pattern of every other coming back to Region 2, is looking at, we can do it, I think we got two ways we can look at it. So we can include here this new Part E that would show, so next year would be in one of the 3 regions that have been suggested, with the 2026 back in Region 2, then we have the space for 2027, 2028 back in Region 2, and then 2029, that third region. So we can do it that way, or if the preference is just simply pick which we wish for next year and deal with the future years down the line, we can do it that way. So what I'm going to look for, and if I have, I guess, like a poll. If there's any objection to proceeding with the multi-year schedule in Part E, please raise your hand. And thank you. So we have an objection there. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to do a vote poll. And so this vote will be that the 2 options. The option will be to set the essentially the future up to 2029, or just deal with next year. So those will be the 2 options, and then once we know which kind of model we're following, then we'll apply then vote on the relevant dates and locations. So I know we'll have that set up in a moment. So really it'd be, how do we want to describe it? Next 4 years, or just next year. We can probably keep it as simple as that. Once that's available, just let us know, and then we can be able to open it. But
Wendy Schneider, would it not have to go to an MNDA to change how many times we want to to have the bylaws corrected? Wouldn't we not have to go to an MNDA?
well, the MNGA would not affect this aspect unless we were trying to change legislation. In this case, we're just trying to decide, are we setting a kind of a future schedule, even though it's not fully precise perhaps, because we don't have a specific a specific city and date, but really this is just showing the intention to have where the next, I guess, up to 2029, and so that the 3 regions that were identified today would be able to be listed, and we know where those would be, and certainly would give those regions ample time to prepare and plan for those events. To my left.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the note of the previous speaker, maybe it is something that as presidents and those are here, we make note of this for the next MNGA to change that precise location terminology. But it is a good point by the previous speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the amendment vote ready when it comes up on the screen. Is it still showing pineapple? No. Okay, is it on the screen in the room?
They will show the screen when we have the final tally.
Okay, but okay, so apologies for that. We're having a bit of a technical difficulty here. So for the amendment, if I can read it here. So the amendment that we are proposing is that the AGM location is going to be defined in Part E. So that will be to be setting the schedule for the next 4 years. If you're in favor of doing it that way, vote in favor. If you are not in favor of doing that and doing it year over year, and we'll talk about 2025 only, vote opposed, and abstaining is abstaining. So use your voting devices now for that. Okay, so 1 or A is in favor, 2 or B is opposed, 3 or C is abstain.
Order. Wish to come to the, yes, come to the.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis, elected leader. I would like to actually have it up on the board, just so it's clear for what I'm voting at, or what we're voting at. Thank you.
Well, it's better to get these technical hiccups done right away in the first day, because I know tomorrow when we're going through some more complicated business with the various resolutions and different pieces of legislation that will be discussed, certainly I'd rather have it this type of a discussion than some of the discussions that will come tomorrow. So I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm just trying to make sure that we can get the voting mechanisms working properly.
Okay, so it was on the screen briefly. It was. It has.
It's on the top, AGM location as per report. Yeah, it's the motion itself.
Okay, so there we go. We have our amendment. So AGM location as for Part E, or setting up a schedule. A, if you're in favor of that. B, if you're opposed. C, if you're abstaining. We'll give it a couple more seconds for everyone to cast their vote. It looks like we have some votes trickling in. Yeah. So.
Yes, go ahead.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis, elected leader. I still don't see the numbers. 1A, 2B. Am I missing something?
So the numbers aren't there. The numbers we're going to use all weekend, it will 1 or A will be in favor.
Right, but do we not?
To be opposed. So this is whether or not to use the schedule, the chart for the next few years, or not.
Right, but it says, oh. But
We're fixing it, Richard.
Okay, thank you.
Richard, how's that? Okay. Okay, let's give it 5 more seconds for votes in the room and then we can tally the results. 5, 4, 3. Voting is now closed.
It may be a point of order similar to what we had in the room, so I want to make sure we find out from online. Can we recognize the... Oh, please go ahead.
I forgot there's process. You could recognize me if you want. This is Manette Crissell from North Fraser Métis Association. I would like to request that any motions be put on the screen. It is hard to keep track of what we're voting on. So for accessibility purposes, I know it's a little bit tricky with everything you're navigating, but to see what I'm voting on is super helpful.
Thank you very much, and I think it helps us in the room as well, having it on the screen, so thank you for the comment. So the vote did complete, and so I know they're just tabulating the results of both online and in person.
Okay, so we have 87 in favor, 47 opposed, 3 abstaining. So we're going to go with the schedule model. So if we could get the resolution back on the screen, please. Okay, so So now that we've figured out the method that we're going to figure this out, so what we have to do is we have to figure out a region for the Be It Resolved B for 2025, and then we have to find a region for 2027 and 2029, which will be added to the E. Once we have that set, then we can go for the dates for 2025.
And I will recognize the speaker to my left.
Mark DeBoard, President of Two Rivers Métis. When I look at Section 68 of the Constitution, I don't see anything about it always coming back to Region 2 every second year. So I'd kind of like some background on why it's being presumed that's the will of the Assembly, because it sounds like there's a lot of regions that have been neglected, and perhaps we choose them in a row. Thanks so much.
Yes, I think, I'm trying to remember, or which staff member, I know it's not anything in the legislation as far as I'm aware of the necessity to be coming back to Region 2. My understanding that was a decision made, I believe, or through the discussion of a previous AGM when discussing moving it from a different region up north. I think we're Dawson Creek, for example, in 2017, and then coming to the Lower Mainland. And it was a cost matter, just for the cost of getting people to the Lower Mainland, as I understood, was less costly than some of the other locations. But I certainly stand to be corrected, but that was my recollection of a discussion at a previous AGM where the proposal was to kind of alternate it to ensure that other regions were having the opportunity to host the AGM. Mr. Beaker?
However, Mr. DeBoard, you are correct that that is not stated in the legislation. It was a decision, I believe, at a previous AGM or what the convention has been, but it's not legislatively required. So there could be some options.
Are you able to come to the microphone, or a microphone be passed to you? Thank you. All right, so we're going to set up a poll. We're going to start with next year, and you'll have 3 choices. So it'll be 1, 2, or we'll put it up there so it's clear. But the 3 choices will be Region 1, Region 6, and Region 4. Which button or number to which it'll correspond, we'll get that up in a moment. And so what we'll do is, and we'll do that for 2025, the next vote will be for 2027, and that will give us our 2029. And then we'll move to the dates for next year. Where the regions are? Certainly. So Region 1 would be Vancouver Island, Powell River. Region 6 is Northwest, and Region 4 is the Kootenays. President Minot?
Yeah, I just want to make a recommendation so we can maybe narrow this down to 1 vote. I am recommending that we do Region 6 in 2025, 2027 we do Region 1, and in 2029 we redo Region 4.
I think we'll go with the vote so we can have everyone be able to make the instead of trying to vote on that recommendation, and if it doesn't pass, then we're still back to where we are. If that is the will of everyone anyways, then they'll vote as you suggested. Start with Region 6, then Region 1, then Region 4. But I think what we'll do is we'll see the preference for which region for next year's, and then we'll have 1 more vote after that, which will give us the other 2. Yeah, it always becomes more difficult when you get the options as opposed to just yes or no.
Okay, so voting is now live. Yeah, okay. So for the 2025 AGM location, for R1, vote A. For R6, Region 6, vote B. Region 4, vote C.
All right, we'll close the vote. And we'll post those results.
Okay, so we have 40 votes for Region 1, 71 for Region 6, 18 for Region 4. 2025 AGM is going to be in Region 6. We're going to repeat this process for 2027, but we're only going to have Regions 1 and Regions 4 on the ballot. So give us a second to set that up. Put it up. Okay, we have opened up voting for the 2027 location. For Region 1, press A. For Region 4, press B. Okay, 5 more seconds for voting, please. Voting is now closed. Wasn't that hard of a question?
I thank everyone for their patience. Some of the difficulty is making sure that these new motions, as we're having to write them up, they're both equal, both in the room and online, and then having to, you can't just calculate we have to add the numbers from online voting and in person. So I appreciate everyone's patience through this process.
So the results are 81 for Region 1, 43 for Region 4. So the 2027 AGM will be in Region 1, which means the 2029 AGM, all right, we'll go to Region 4.
Thank you very much. So we have one last bit to do, and that's going to be the dates for next year's AGM in Region 6. There are going to, when it'll come back up, it'll be the 3 sets of dates in September. And how that vote will be is you'll have your choice of the 3 dates. I presume, but you know what they say, or I'm going to assume, but that we'll just put it, number 1 will be the first set, number 2 the second set, number 3 the third set, but we'll have that open in a second.
Oh, Walter again.
President Minot.
I need to make a recommendation here. I hope you guys can help me out. I've missed a few anniversaries because being their vice president over the last 4 years. If we could not have it September 12th, that's my anniversary. The wife is getting a little upset sometimes. I haven't made it home for about 3 years, so if we can eliminate the 12th and 14th, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize the speaker to my right. I know what she's going to say, but please go ahead and say it.
Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I would actually like to see it land on the September 26 to 28, and actually the reason being is because that would be quite close to the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And for me, this is my idea of truth and reconciliation, is getting together with our kin. And so for me, that would be a really great way to acknowledge that and to be here. It doesn't actually land on the 30th, so it doesn't take away from that, but it does get us together close to that day, which to me is more meaningful than actually a lot of the events that our community's been invited to. Thank you.
Recognize the speaker to my left.
Joy Sundin, elected leader of the Prince Rupert District Métis Society in Region 6. And I would like to put in favor, sorry, Walter, of the 12th to the 14th, because we will be in the north, and we would like to encourage as many northern participants to come, or citizens to come. And we have to realize that a lot of the citizens in the north are hunters. Hunting starts after the 15th of September, so it would be excellent for us to have that many people come and join in. So I would recommend the first part. And you can have the honeymoon suite.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers Métis, President. I'd just like to suggest we try to stay away from holidays if possible. Just for those with young families like myself, it's kind of tough to justify to our spouses that we're taking that time. And so I'd just like to encourage us to get away from holidays.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association. So I did hear one thing today on the oath, and I believe it was the word sacrifice, Mr. President. Just kidding, just throwing it out there. I would have to agree with the previous speakers, though. The September 12th to 14th, it starts to get cold up north, being from the north. I'm not too sure, probably a little wetter and colder over on the west coast. But also the hunting was a great point. Hunting season does open on the 15th. My dilemma with the 28th is, as a vice president of our community, we do plan on doing truth and reconciliation things, and it's hard to host those during a weekday. We do try to work with the college up north, but to do a family truth and reconciliation usually falls on those weekends prior to, so that would be my only objection to the 26th and 28th. I love the idea, but it would just make it hard for community executives if they're planning something like that.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have one more speaker? Nope, okay. So we will then close the debate. We'll have the poll opened, and please make your preference for those dates made once it comes up.
Okay, so for September 12th to 14th, vote A. September 19th to 21st, vote B. September 26th to 28th, vote C. And we're going with the option that gets the most votes. It doesn't need a majority of votes. Just who's coming, who gets the most votes. Okay, we're going to give it 5 more seconds to cast your vote, so. Voting's closed. Okay, so we have 61 for September 12th to 14th, 39 for September 19th to 21st, and 20 for September 26th to 28th. Discussion is closed. Voting has happened.
I better get the honeymoon suite there too this time, eh?
I think that's fair.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, all the amendments have been addressed. We are on the motion for the location of 2025 AGM. We'll get the wording back up, but it will be next year in Region 6 on those dates, the September 12th to 14th. Once we'll get it up, but we still need to formally adopt what we've just done. I will look for unanimous consent, but just to be fair, we'll wait for it to pop up. But if there's any objection, which I presume none,
so there
and
we
we'll
have
type
it.
in those dates.
So there we have it in A, 12th to 14th, 2025. We're holding it in Region 6. And then if we can count back 90 days prior for the D, so that if something happens and we have to hold it virtually the 90 days prior, if we could just enter that date really quick, and then the motion is complete.
So September 12th.
So the date that we're looking for is June 14th, 2025.
Perfect, thank you. So that is the motion as amended. I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the motion as amended passes. Sorry? Yeah. So looking at the time, I know we were scheduled to have the CEO presentation, but given the financial statements, overview was scheduled for 2:45, and we do have them here, and it's to be respectful to their time, we're going to switch that just so that we can have the financial statements kind of on time, and then we'll go to the CEO presentation. So we'll have Manning Elliott to make their way, but before that happens, I have President Minot wishing to recognize and acknowledge one of our guests.
As you know, MNBC has been working hard to create relationships around the province with our First Nations brothers and sisters out there. And we wanted to continue to try to increase that relationship and that friendship and that camaraderie amongst each other. And right now, I'd like to honor a great friend of mine. He's like a brother to me, very highly respected leader from our region. I'd like to say hello and thank you for being here to Chief Rudy Paquette from Soto First Nations. So thank you so much for being here, Rudy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here with us. Appreciate that. So we will turn then to the financial statements overview. If we can have our presenters come up. Thank you. We're just getting the audited financial statements document loaded up so that we can present it. For those wishing to follow along, it starts at page 33 in the book. All right, thank you everyone. I'll invite our CFO to introduce the next section.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you know, my name is Anna Mayone. I am the Chief Financial Officer at Métis Nation BC, and very happy to have Ravneet Sandhu here with us today. She is a manager with Manning Elliott. I will let her introduce herself to you, and she has been on our file for a number of years now. So very happy to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. As Anna introduced me, my name is Ravneet Sandhu. I am a manager at Manning Elliott LLP. I have been told that the energy of the room is quite high, so I need to bring it down. So I'm going to make my presentation a little boring. So if you do start falling asleep, please feel free to snooze a little bit. Okay, so today I'm presenting audited financial statements of Métis Provincial Council of British Columbia for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. I will provide an overview of the financial activity, and at the end of the presentation, if you would like me to go into any particular details, please let me know. So we will start off with the independent auditor's report. It's on the second page. So independent auditor's report is issued by Manning Elliott after completing the audit, and it basically states what our findings were and what the responsibilities of the management and the auditors are when conducting the audit. I will briefly go through each section of the report. First, we have an opinion which states that the financial statements were audited, and based on the audit conducted, they are presented fairly and in accordance with the Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. The next paragraph, basis for opinion, provides a brief overview of how the opinion was reached. So the audit was conducted based on Canadian auditing standards, and sufficient evidence was obtained to form this opinion. So the opinion is a clean opinion that we call that there were no issues found. Next section, responsibilities of management, quickly provides a brief description that the management is responsible for preparing the financial statements attached with this report. They're also responsible for maintaining internal controls and also assessing that the council will continue its operations in the foreseeable future. The next section provides a brief overview of auditors' responsibilities, which are to provide reasonable evidence that these financial statements are free from any errors, misstatements, and fraud, and are presented in accordance with our Canadian standards. The next page, 3, it goes into more detail with respect to auditors' responsibilities. I will not go into each of these points, but if you have any questions, please let me know. On the next page, 4, we have a short paragraph on report on other legal and regulatory requirements. We are required to add this paragraph to meet the Societies Act of British Columbia's requirements, and we have provided note disclosures in the financial statements to meet those requirements. This report is dated July 8, 2024, based on when they were approved by the Board of the Council. Now we will jump into the financial statements. The first is the statement of financial position on page 5. So statement of financial position provides an overview of the assets and liabilities of the council on one particular day, which is March 31st, 2024 in this case. In the 2024 column, you can see the total assets are $118,956,805. Now what makes up, I will go over the significant balances that makes up the total assets. Cash is at $49,843,000. Short-term investments, which are GICs, are at $30 million. Accounts receivable at $3 million. Prepaid expenses at $2 million. Capital assets at $32 million. So these are the significant balances included in total assets, which are at $118 million approximately. If we scroll down to liabilities, so total liabilities at March 31st, 2024 are $97,861,546. Looking at the significant balances included in the total liabilities, those are accounts payable at $3,490,000, deferred revenue at $78,473,000. I would just like to take a brief moment to explain what deferred revenue means. The funding that was received but not spent, it has to be recorded as a liability on the statement of financial position. When it is used, that means expenses are incurred, we will move the balance from deferred revenue into revenue in statement of operations. So this balance will start going down. Moving on, the next significant balance included in total liabilities is deferred capital contributions at $14,441,000. Deferred capital contributions is different from deferred revenue. This balance represents the funding has been used towards purchase of capital assets. It's already used, but it is still recorded as a liability so that we can match the expense with the revenue. So for the capital assets, they are amortized each year based on their useful life. So they're expensed each year over various number of years. So to match the funding with the expense, we will also amortize the funding into revenue at the same rate as we are recording the expense side. So taking total assets at $118 million, less total liabilities at $97 million, gives us net assets of $21,095,000. We are still on page 5. If we can please scroll up a little bit. Okay, so we are at the net assets section down below. So total assets less total liabilities gives us net assets at $21,095,000, $21,095,259. The next statement on page 6 gives us more explanation of what drives the change in net assets. So this is the statement of changes in net assets. We will go at column 2024. It shows that we started off with net assets of $16 million on April 1st, 2023. Then during 2024 fiscal year, we have excess of revenue over expenses of $592,423. This number is coming from statement of operations, which we will go over next. Next, we have added the funding used towards the purchase of land of $4 million. So the funding that is used towards purchase of land does not hit any of the other financial statements. It only shows up in net assets directly. So that gives us, if we add these three numbers, it gives us $21,095,259, and it matches with the statement of financial position. Moving on to page 7, that is just a comparative information for 2023 statement of changes in net assets. So we are going to skip that one. Moving on to page 8, that is our statement of operations. Now, statement of operations provides us revenues and expenses for a 12-month period, which started on April 1st, 2023, and ended at March 31st, 2024. As you can see, we have revenues and expenses listed by program. For most of the programs, revenues will match with expenses, giving us zero balance in excess or deficiency. In some of the programs, you will see excess of deficiency. That's because there was no specific funding used in those programs. I'm going to skip directly to the last page of this statement, which is page 19. So this page adds up the revenues and expenses of all the programs for the 12-month period, and we have total revenue of $73,061,689 and total expenses of $72,469,266. Total revenues less total expenses gives us our excess of $592,423 for 2024 fiscal year. The statement of operations is based on accrual basis. That means expenses and revenues are recorded when they are incurred, not when cash is paid or received. To convert it into cash basis, we have our next statement on page 20, statement of cash flows. As you will see, we can scroll down to the next page. So statement of cash flows converts the statement of operations into cash basis. It divides it into 3 categories: operating activities, financing activities, and investing activities, and provide a brief overview from where the cash was generated or where the cash was used. If you look at the bottom, we have a line change in cash during the year. That is $5 million. We have increase in cash in the 12-month period from April 1st to March 31st, 2024 of $5 million. And if we add that to our opening cash balance on April 1st, 2023 at $44 million, we get total cash at March 31st, 2024 of $49,843,324. And this matches with the balance on the statement of financial position. So these were all the financial statements. Next, we have notes to financial statements. So these notes are prepared to meet the requirements under accounting standards, and they're fairly consistent with what was presented in the last year financial statements. I'm only going to highlight a few notes, and then if you have any questions about any other notes, please let me know. I'm going to page 25, note 4, related party balances and transactions. This note provides us a brief overview of if the council has any advances payable to or receivable from any related parties. On March 31st, 2024, they're very insignificant balances. So we have $6,000 advances made to Métis Financial Corporation of BC Inc., $1,000 to Métis Nation British Columbia Trustee Corporation, and we have advances from related party of $50,000, Amelia Douglas Métis Institute Society. This is new society in 2024. And then we have a related party transaction. Basically, if there were any transactions incurred with any of the related parties, they will be listed here. And we only have one transaction this year for $50,000 with Amelia Douglas Métis Institute Society. Note 5, long-term investments. These are investments in various joint ventures and partnerships that the council has. We have same investments as last year. No new investments are noted. And all these investments have minimal activity, so we have not presented their financial activity. The only activity we have presented on page 27 is for Métis Financial Corporation of BC Inc., as that's the only investment with significant transactions. I'm going to page 28, note 7, capital assets. As we have noted, the total capital assets are $32 million on March 31st, 2024 on the statement of financial position. This note provides more of a breakdown by various categories as to where the capital assets are. So it provides your cost, any amortization that have been accumulated, and the net book value, which is $32,126,242. And the last note I would like to go over is the deferred revenue note, which is right below note 8. So as I mentioned before, deferred revenue is the funding received but not spent yet at March 31st, 2024. This note provides a brief breakdown by source of funding, where the funding is not used yet by the source. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions or if you would like me to go into any more detail in these financial statements, please let me know.
Thank you. And if anyone does have any questions, please feel free to come to the microphones on either side and I'll recognize you. And do you have any comments, Anne? And I'll recognize the speaker to my left.
Sorry, just one question. When I was looking at, I guess, clarification. Sorry, it's page 49 in my book. It's under the statement of operations. I was just looking at the administration costs. So administration is 11,188,939.
Sorry, just a moment. We're just catching up. Page 49, you said?
49 in our book, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Administration.
Yes.
So expenses were 10,657,979. When I go over to page 63, and I'm not a I might be stupid, so that's why I'm asking. It has employees 85 on page 63, and it's got 8,541,969. Can you tell me just like, is that differences of employees, or what's the difference between those two?
Sure. So on page 49, the administration that you're looking at, that's the administration revenue. So whenever a program is run, the funder always allocates a certain percentage of the total funding to be used towards administration. So that's what the total 11 million is on page 49. And then on page 63, when you look at note 14, it's only for the employees that received salaries above $75,000 during the year. They're not all employees.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. I don't think we have any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So according to our agenda, what we'll be looking for is a mover to adopt to accept the financial statements. If I can just get a mover and a seconder, and then I will look at going through unanimous consent to accept those statements. And I recognize the speaker to my left.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association. I move to accept the financial statements as presented.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I second the motion.
Thank you very much. And so I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the acceptance of the financial statements as presented? Seeing no objection, then those are accepted. And before we go to a health break, we will look for the appointment of the auditors for the next fiscal year. I know in the past, our representative from Manning Elliott has wished to step out of the room when we've discussed this part, so I'm not sure if we wish. It's up to you, certainly. But just want to make sure we have that opportunity for them to do that if they wished. So we will look for, and I know we'll have, we usually have this on a motion on the screen. Yep. So once that comes up, thank you, and I'll turn to Mr. Beaker.
So motion is, be it resolved that Manning Elliott Chartered Accountants be appointed auditors of the MMBC for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Thank you. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that motion. Yes, we can.
Patrick Harriet, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
June Graham, Alberni, Clayoquot, Métis. I second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on that motion? Has it been 30 minutes? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not seeing any further any wish for discussion. I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion as presented? I see no objection. That passes with unanimous consent. And we will break for how long do we have?
3:35, I suppose, maybe.
Sorry, just so about 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
3:35.
Thank you very much. 4:35 Mountain Time.
podium on that. Okay, so Aaron will be ready to announce the sponsors when we're back on.
If we can get everyone take their seats, please. And let anyone know in the hallway that we're ready to go and start. And just before we get to the next order of the agenda, we will have just a brief announcement with our sponsors, but we'll wait for everyone to come in and take their seats. Director Gladue, Director Gladue, Dean, can I get you to close the door and maybe just give one last yell? We're starting up. Thank you. All right, turn it over to you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Métis Nation, British Columbia wants to give a huge thank you to all of the 2024 AGM sponsors. Our AGM is not possible without the support of our sponsors. Their generous support has made all the difference in making these initiatives a positive success. Thank you to all the following sponsors for supporting MNBC and making a positive impact on Métis communities across British Columbia. Our gold sponsor is Métis National Council. Our silver sponsor is Community Services Benefits Trust, Freeport Industries, Access Insurance, the Dubois Langen Group, Enbridge, Pembina, CN. Our bronze sponsors are Canadian Institute for Health Information, Dialogue, Allegra, C-SPAN, Cadence Financial Group, Scotiabank, and CDW. Again, this wouldn't be possible without their support, so we'd like to give them a huge round of applause for their support.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And at this time, I will invite our CEO, Ms. Trudeau, to come up for her CEO presentation.
Thank you. Marcy, bon après-midi, everyone. I just want to start out by recognizing all the community leaders in the room, our delegates, elders, veterans, youth, and citizens who are all participating in our governance today. For those who may not know me, my name is Colette Trudeau. Proud to be a citizen of MNBC as well as the CEO of MNBC. My family names are Hamlin, Carrier, Vandal, Gladue, Beaudry, just to name a few, and so proud of my ancestors and everything they've gone through, and I am so proud to be here doing this really important work every day. I'd like to just start out by acknowledging that this week has been a week where we have lost some really powerful Métis people in our community. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Marilyn Taylor this week, who was a previous board member and gave so much to her community. I'd also like to acknowledge the passing of Fraser McDonald yesterday, a veteran. I can still vividly see him walking with the flag during our procession. And I know that our veterans recently had a dinner with Fraser, and he will be missed, and Marilyn will be missed. So before we go into my report, I just want to take a moment to remember them and take a moment of silence. Marcy. So I'd like to first start out by having our team share a message from a special guest on the screen.
Premier David Eby here. I'm speaking to you from the territory of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. Thank you to the leadership of Métis Nation BC for your kind invitation to speak at your AGM. I'm really sorry I couldn't join you in person today. Métis Nation BC has a strong partner in our government. I'm so proud of the steps that we've taken together. By recognizing the interests and priorities of Métis people and working together to address them, we can do great things. We have a commitment to meaningful collaboration to achieve self-determination for all Métis people. I'd like to send everyone my best wishes for a fruitful and successful AGM. I look forward to continuing our work together, and I look forward to seeing you in person soon. Thank you.
So on behalf of our board and staff, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Métis Nation British Columbia's AGM. MNBC has been working tirelessly to develop opportunities, build relationships, and deliver programs and services that benefit Métis citizens all across the province. I look forward to sharing with all of you the significant milestones and want to remind you to take the time to lift up that very heavy book that you have under your chair, in your bags, and taking a look at the incredible reports from our ministries and departments that share the programs and services that have been delivered throughout the year. What I'm going to share with you today is truly only a snippet of the incredible work that has been done throughout the year. So next slide, please. So I'd just like to start off by taking this opportunity to welcome MNBC's incoming board of directors. This democratically elected board features faces both familiar and new. I also want to honor our elected MyBC representatives and MWBC representatives and wish you all the best on your term with MNBC. I know we are going to all do incredible work together. Next slide. So I'd just like to start out by speaking about MNBC's strategic plan. So we released our strategic plan for 2023 to 2027. The Ka'is Ena Tama Ota Ati Negan, and I was listening to it over and over and over again this morning, so I would say it correctly, our way forward. Our government has identified the following 6 strategic goals of the nation. And so everything that we do operationally at MNBC, we align with our goals of the nation, which are promote Métis rights and recognition and achieve jurisdiction of our children in partnership with our service providers, promote cultural revitalization and cultural wellness, pursue socioeconomic reconciliation, support Métis charter communities, generate core capacity, infrastructure, and economic development, develop and restore respectful relationships and partnerships. We are tracking our progress on all of these goals of the nation, and we continue to listen to our communities on our direction. So when we passed it over to the Premier, it also gives me the great honor and privilege to announce that this summer, the BC provincial government officially endorsed the Métis Justice Strategy. This has been years in the making. This important milestone signals a shared commitment between MNBC and the province to transform justice processes for Métis people in BC. The Métis Justice Strategy is based on the needs, experiences, and voices of MNBC citizens and Métis people across BC. We now have the opportunity to pursue resources to create Métis-specific approaches to improve justice outcomes for Métis people who come in contact with the justice system in BC. This strategy is meant to create transformative change for our people in partnership with the provincial government. I particularly want to thank past President Lisa Smith for driving the strategy forward. Stand up, Lisa. Lisa Dawn Smith has dedicated herself to this strategy since 2018. As Justice Minister, she worked tirelessly with the Métis Justice Council, Métis community members, and MNBC staff to lead this transformative change. So I know we already did it, but honestly, this is something that we really need to celebrate. So can we do a big round of applause for the Métis Justice Strategy? There is still so much work to be done, but we know that this is going to transform the justice system for Métis people. Next slide, please. Over the last year, MNBC has worked to expand our reach in capital project infrastructure, and we are now creating opportunities in communities across BC. MNBC acquired the Crosstown apartment building in Fort St. John, providing secure and affordable housing in the Northeast. And I'm proud to say there is only one unit available right now, and it will be filled in no time. Additionally, MNBC continues to develop a strong partnership with BC Housing. Recently, MNBC secured funding to support 2 new developments, one in Campbell River and one in Saanich. Both premises will offer childcare and community spaces. I want to thank our partners, Métis Nation Greater Victoria and North Island Métis, for their countless hours that they've spent on envisioning what this Métis hub and Métis space will look like in their community. MNBC is committed to ensuring our people have access to affordable housing and community supports. With the limited resources available, we are exploring opportunities throughout the province. Our goal is to one day see Métis hubs in every single chartered community, but this will take time. It is a long road. But every time we build, we are raising the profile of Métis people in BC, and that is something we should all be proud of. Next slide. In February, the Fraser Partnership Accord was renewed and expanded to include MNBC as a full and equal partner in healthcare decision-making and service delivery alongside Fraser Health and the Fraser Salish Regional, Caucus. This partnership will ensure that Métis voices are a part of health services planning in the Fraser Health region for First Nations, Métis, and urban Indigenous peoples. I do want to honor Louis de Jager for his incredible work in helping bring this together. In March, MNBC hosted sessions on dying with dignity, enabling citizens and communities to learn about palliative care and end-of-life care from a culturally informed perspective and with dignity, respect, and understanding. This provides the opportunity for individuals to make their own end-of-life choices, which supports families through the grieving process. This is a really special and innovative area that we're now branching into, and it supports families through that process. In terms of climate change, this year MNBC implemented Simpiksawin Resilience, the Métis Climate Action in British Columbia program, which transitions Métis properties to low carbon technologies and practices. We all know the impacts of climate change in our communities, and with that in mind, MNBC has also distributed $25,000 in climate emergency aid to Métis Charter communities this year. A partnership with Prepare BC has enabled MNBC to create and distribute emergency kits to Métis households. And I know there are so many of these kits that have gone out, and it's always important for us to be prepared as climate change continues to change our weather around us. MNBC has also secured funding from the province of BC and Government of Canada for Métis-specific resources to address gender-based violence for our people. Years ago, I was a part of the creation of Sashing Our Warriors, and we developed our first report called Thanks for Listening, and it was the first time that Métis women and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community were able to bring their voices forward on gender-based violence. And so to finally see the opportunity to take that report and action the recommendations that we heard is really, really powerful. So this funding will enable MNBC to establish a gender-based violence program offering emergency and healing supports, education, and resources. Additionally, MNBC will conduct a Métis-specific research project that helps to advocate for additional funding and programming into the future. So another exciting initiative that I know everyone has been waiting for, the Community Mobile Initiative. Outfitted vans support families across the province by bringing Métis culture and resources to parks, drop-in programs, events, and other community gatherings. We have 3 vans. One will be located on Vancouver Island, one in the Lower Mainland, and one in the Thompson Okanagan. And the one in Region 3 will make its way up through other parts of the province throughout the year. In support of Métis families, there has been groundbreakings for childcare centers in Kelowna and Mission, with forthcoming groundbreaking slated this fall in Port Alberni, Saanich, Campbell River, Surrey, Kamloops, Terrace, and Fort St. John. We had Métis childcare. These are things when I started 16 years ago I never thought would be possible, and it makes me think of my 4-year-old daughter, and to know that there is now Métis kids who can access Métis childcare, it's really incredible. You see the difference in that identity and belonging. So awesome work, team. Skills and employment training. This year to date, MNBC has provided funding to over 1,800 Métis citizens. And we've supported participation in more than 2,200 educational and skills training programs. So these programs have ranged from one-day training sessions to bachelor's and master's degrees and even postdoctoral studies. These educational and skills training programs include nearly $15 million in direct funding to citizens each fiscal year, covering tuition, books, and comprehensive wraparound supports. So we are committed to ensuring every citizen has the resources and supports to succeed in their education and in their careers. We know that this is important to our citizens, and through a recent engagement survey for a future Métis post-secondary institution, we have garnered an impressive, very close to 900 responses to that survey. So this survey will help us to understand participants' post-secondary experiences, barriers to education, and student support needs. So Point Ellis House. In May, Point Ellis House reopened its doors to the public under MNBC's management. While management is still in its infancy, Point Ellis House has seen a 48% visitor traffic increase in the past few months since its opening. That is big. We have a trading post on site, our trading post, which offers an opportunity to promote the work of Métis artists and artisans, making cultural items more accessible to Métis people in the community and the general public. Our hope is that visitors will engage with the history of Point Ellis House in a fulsome way, which will spark conversations on the impacts of colonization that will lead to greater respect and unity. There's Norman. So language revitalization. The Government of Canada, through Canadian Heritage, has made a historic 5-year investment in Michif language revitalization in BC. With this funding, the Michif Learning Initiatives Grant was launched this summer as part of MNBC's 10-year Michif language revitalization plan. This is presently the only grant stream in BC delivering targeted funds to grassroots Michif language learning and teaching initiatives. Projects include language classes, circles, teaching, and learning resource development. Another exciting thing that has happened this year is this spring, the Amelia Douglas Institute opened its doors and has already successfully hosted its first exhibitions. This is the official center for Métis culture and language in the province. Métis people throughout the province can access the Amelia Douglas Institute to connect with their culture, heritage, and language through virtual and in-person resources and initiatives. We currently have an incredible wall pocket exhibition right now done by our various Métis artisans throughout the province. And there's also a really lovely display where you can see our grandmother's work, so you can also see that in contrast to the beautiful work that's being done today. So I highly recommend, if you have not been to ADI, please book an appointment and come see us. You will not be sorry. Our team does an incredible job. And then you can meet Dougie, the dog mannequin, who has a beautiful tuppy. So highly recommend. So during the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024, communities have received just over $2.2 million from MNBC, and this is through various funding streams. To date, this fiscal, $1.7 million has been distributed to Métis charter communities. And we are continuing to advocate with the province and federally to ensure that we continue to close the gaps for Métis charter communities. I don't even know if I need to say anything. We have reached 27,000 citizens in British Columbia. We are 27,000 strong, and we should all be proud of that. MNBC has a rigorous and comprehensive citizenship application process that other Indigenous nations are looking at for their own validation in membership. And with that, and through the various processes, and noting that we still have a way to go. We still have a backlog. We are still working through that. But every time we're able to welcome people back home to the nation, it is a beautiful day. And so we will continue to work through that backlog. We will continue to do the good work in communicating with folks who have applied, and we will continue to grow our nation here in BC. So in conclusion, our growing Métis government is supported by the engagement and input of our Métis citizens, our Métis charter communities, and MNBC's own board of directors and governance bodies, as well as all of our committees. Our staff are working hard across all of the ministries and departments, and I want to thank all of our dedicated staff who have chosen MNBC to be your employer. It is really, really important to have incredible people who are connected to the purpose and the cultural values of MNBC, and I'm so proud of the work that's being done every single day. I will now invite up my senior leadership team, our senior leadership team, for a meaningful discussion, and then we'll move into the Q&A portion. So I'd like to invite up Peter Chiche, Sasha Hobbs, Anna Mayon, Brent Weberg, John Beaker, and I'd also like to invite up Colleen Hodgson. So just really quickly wanting to acknowledge that I love the shared leadership approach to MNBC, and these folks alongside their teams are doing incredible work, and so and are also the experts in many areas of MNBC, and so it's important that they are here to help answer any questions that citizens have. But we do have a few questions that I believe our chair will be asking of our senior leadership team.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to, just to direct the discussion a little bit, I'm going to ask if the team can elaborate on how MNBC is supporting Métis chartered communities. And I'm not sure who wants to take that one. It looks like Anne is jumping right in. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I will take that one. I would just like to say that first and foremost, we are in consultation with the government and strongly advocating for MNBC to receive block funding. With that in mind, when we get block funding, you know, capacity support for our chartered communities is absolutely top of mind. We obviously don't have that funding model at this time. What we have is a large number of funding agreements, and almost all of them have very little flexibility in how they can be spent. They are highly prescriptive. They are for specific programs and service deliveries. With that being said, you know, we do prioritize carving out the discretionary funding that we can for the Métis chartered communities. As our CEO spoke to just a little bit ago, you know, we have currently this fiscal year transferred just over 1.7 million to the Métis chartered communities, and last year for the whole fiscal year it was just over 2.2 million. So, you know, we are looking at ways that we can also better support communities with regards to grant funding applications. You know, we understand capacity is really limited. So if there's a way that we can support with that, we are looking internally to see what we can do. As well, we have our external financial services department within the finance. And through that, we offer a variety of financial administrative supports. It could be bookkeeping related, it could be funding related. You know, it really is a large variety. It's ad hoc at times, but definitely that is a resource to utilize. We are looking at implementing a cloud-based bookkeeping software that the chartered communities can use, as well as support for how to use that software. We provide for chartered communities insurance, both general insurance and the director and officer insurance, and we facilitate both the administration and the financial component of that. You know, in short, it's top of mind. We are looking at ways that we can support both financially as well as with our services. You know, I know it's not It's not enough right now, but we are advocating very strongly for block funding and moving to that model in the future. And then we will be able to prioritize where our funding goes and how we spend it, and be able to allocate it towards the strategic objectives. And obviously, support for the charter communities is one that's very important to us.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that. So one of the other ways that we support our chartered communities is through our chartered community project proposal process, which empowers our communities to submit proposals and have them evaluated and enhance local services and amenities within their own community. We have some housing projects as well happening right now throughout the province, 2 of which just received BC housing funding on Vancouver Island for Campbell River and Victoria in Salish. And so we're always looking at ways to try and access funds through our federal or provincial partners to support our chartered communities. So I'm really pleased that these projects got funding. They're going to include childcare, housing, with rent geared to income supports so we can house our citizens. So thank you. I just wanted to add to that.
Thank you very much. What are some of the things that MNBC is doing to keep their citizens feeling connected? And I'm not sure who to take that. Sorry?
Colleen can go for it. Okay, that word citizen was in there. It's like, okay, that's me. So yeah, I'm happy to share some thoughts on this. Let me start by saying that I think one of the key things about connecting our citizens is listening to them. And I think most importantly, we needed to listen to our Métis Chartered Community Presidents. Our leaders in our community have taught myself and our whole citizenship team a lot over the last year since Kamloops AGM by really connecting with our leadership in our communities has made a big difference. Whenever we're developing resources or tools like the Métis Hub, or making sure that everyone receives their new citizenship list this week before the AGM, so they would have that in their pocket, it's from listening to all of you. So we clearly understand that you represent the citizens in your community. So working directly with the leaders in the community has really helped us strengthen those relationships. Everything we do now, we think about all of you and think, how can we do this in a good way? We learned that over the last couple years, actually. So, making sure that you all had new citizenship lists this week, and also starting November 1st, all chartered community leaders will receive updated lists. You will know exactly who has moved into your community and their contact information, if they came from one community to your community, who has moved out of your community, and all of the citizens that you've accepted in your community. So every month, you'll receive those updates. So no longer will you have to ask for those updated citizenship lists. They'll happen automatically for your community. So we're working hard to automate these things for you. You can still request citizenship lists on the Hub, but we heard a lot from you. Community acceptance was huge. We heard that for you to connect to your citizens, that you needed to claim them into your community. So that process went from 2 months to 4 days. We have chartered community leaders approving community acceptance overnight, the next day, in 2 days. It's coming straight back to us into the CRM. Their citizenship cards are getting printed every week and sent to community. So I would say connecting to leadership is how we're making change, because I know that you represent all the citizens in your communities. And we have a lot of work to do, Colette's absolutely correct, but we're working really hard to listen in a good way and to make those changes with you and not for you. So thank you for all your support. I really appreciate it.
Just, I know we're running with time today. Maybe you can mention some of the milestones that were reached in the MNBC strategic plan.
Well, I could go on for a long time about all of the amazing work, but what I think I'll do is just talk to you about the process for how we're making progress on our amazing strategic plan that has been in operation for about 1.5 years now. So with this strategic plan, we have our 6 goals of the nation. And this is not just a plan on paper, this is a plan in action. Every single one of our ministries and departments maps their operational goals against the goals of the nation. I'm currently staring at an Excel spreadsheet that has over 667 separate tactics and actions that support our 6 goals of the nation. Our CEO just gave a wonderful speech with just the tip of the iceberg, just the highlights of all of the many pieces of work that's underway. We are more than 25% through completing our milestones. I think by next AGM we'll be halfway through, and then that's when I can provide, I think at that time, a more detailed report. But if anybody has any questions on anything in the strategic plan or a particular milestone, please find me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer, have the honor of working across many different social sector ministries. And I do also invite you, as our CEO did as well, look at the ministry reports, and then you'll also see the alignments. You know, we have such a cascading structure where every single member of our Métis Public Service is connected to our goals of the nation. Everything we do, we don't do it unless it supports our goals of the nation. So you'll see that thread all the way through. Merci.
Thank you. What about some of the partnerships that have been established over the past year?
Thank you. We've been working very hard at establishing and continuing to build out our strategic partnerships with various partners, including Crown governments, First Nations, municipalities, and various other partners. At the federal level, we've been making substantial progress in working with our federal Crown partner to negotiate a set of term sheets for our rights table, which is called the RIRSD table for shorthand. So we're focusing on the subject matters of culture, language, and heritage, as well as health over the next year. And we're making good progress there. The federal government has also provided some funding to MNBC to carry out some research with respect to Métis rights in British Columbia, and many of you have been involved in that research and providing interviews, and we're really thankful for that. And it's foundational work to be able to establish Métis Section 35 rights and the proper recognition of those rights by governments. We've got a number of tables that we're supporting through the permanent bilateral mechanism with the federal government and working in collaboration with our governing members and the Métis National Council. A number of tables have been established around economic development, emergency management, health, as well as climate change and others. At the provincial level, we've had, over the past year, a significant relationship reset. As you'll recall, last year, there have been significant challenges that we've encountered with the provincial government, including the passing of Bill 40, the Education Act, as well as the development of the distinctions-based approach primer, which does not recognize Métis rights in British Columbia around land, air, and water. And so that was a challenging time in our relationship, but have since that time been able to reset that relationship actually and get it back on track. We've had a number of closed-door meetings with the Premier, with various key cabinet ministers, and are now have commitments, as the Premier said actually in his speech, to advance a whole-of-government approach to Métis self-determination. And our key way to do that is to negotiate a reconciliation agreement. And that reconciliation agreement is in early stages, but we've got a number of tables that have already been established, and we're making good progress there. At the provincial level, I will also mention that we are looking at establishing new tables for education to address, ongoing concerns around Bill 40, and a new working group for children and families to advance our strategic priorities around gaining recognition and jurisdiction over children and families. So really good progress at the provincial level. We're now, facing a provincial election, of course. We had Minister Rankin here today, and I just want to reaffirm the fact that Minister Rankin acknowledged that Métis have Section 35 rights, and that is a very significant statement. We're also making progress at the municipal level. This week, we were at the UBCM convention here in Vancouver, supporting our housing teams. Just want to acknowledge our government and strategic relations team in the room here who have been really supporting all of those engagements. And we're looking at entering into a number of collaboration and partnership agreements with municipalities across British Columbia, and looking forward to working with you on those pieces. And finally, I'll just add that one of our key priorities in terms of partnerships is our relationships with First Nations. Very glad to see a number of First Nation leaders here today, that is, and as well as opening the AGM in a good way with the local nations here welcoming us, and really appreciate that. We're advancing a systematic approach, I would say, to these partnerships. We're engaging with First Nation leadership organizations such as the First Nation Leadership Council, but we're also putting a lot of focus into engaging at the community level with proper rights holders at the nation level, and we're having really great success. We're focusing on partnerships around projects like housing, childcare, and so on. So really good progress there in operationalizing our First Nation relations strategy, but a lot more work to be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I also just wanted to add on the partnership front very quickly that we have LOUs with all health authorities in BC, including the Fraser Salish Protocol Accord. We also have an MOU with the Office of the Provincial Health Officer, and partnership with BC Housing. And also, just going back to some of our MCC work, growing partnerships with our chartered communities, including just about to launch into our first Métis version of the primary care network in our micro clinic in Port Alberni that's underway with the chartered community there.
Thank you, Sasha. And maybe I could just add a little bit more here just in terms of partnerships. I mean, it crosses all of our government, as you can imagine. I just want to hold up as well our Economic Development, Tourism, and Partnerships group that is in the room here with us today. They have been doing excellent work in stewarding the Point Ellis House, but as well as advancing various partnerships with an economic development perspective in mind. So we've got 7 MOUs and 3 new JVs to advance shared priorities around economic development opportunities like procurement, employment, business development, and training. And I should also mention that we have a dozen new partnerships in negotiation right now in the pipeline in various industries around environmental services, engineering, supply chain, logistics, construction, medical services, manufacturing, and rentals. So just wanted to add that piece as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to open it up to the floor for a handful of questions, and I'm going to turn it to the speaker to my right.
Good afternoon, Alex Norquay, Caribou Chilcotin Métis Association. I just want to say that I think you guys are all very intelligent, very hardworking, hearts in the right place people. But we need to get over the inefficiencies. Sometimes we're spreading ourselves so wide, we're forgetting what the #1 thing is. It's having our members registered. And I'll start with Colleen. Colleen, I think your heart is completely in the right place, and you 100% believe in these reports net. But we've had that for 10, 12 years back. We were supposed to get regular reports. We never used to get them. We'd have to ask for them every time. So I hope if you're looking after that, or someone's looking after that, stay on top of it, please. It's just such a pain in the butt. I was asked to also find out why we get these programs and we're told to put a package together and we can get some funding. I think one Marlene mentioned was something CCCP or something like that. We're supposed to have $22,000. Was approved back in July or something, and another 10 or 15,000. Where is it? I mean, that's the kind of things, you know, you guys want them in on deadlines like this, and now it's like 3 months, 3.5 months, 4 months, dead of winter now, all of a sudden, like, come on, this is crazy, you know. So I'm just saying, you know, we're stop spreading ourselves so wide for all these other wonderful things, and they are wonderful things. But we got to get our people registered for one thing. This thing of having to wait for a year or more to get your registration done, if it needs more people, we need to put some funds there and take it out of somewhere else if we have to. But that, to me, is the most important thing. People want to be known as Métis. They want to apply for things. They can't. They don't have their provincial card. So, you know, let's remember what the number one thing needs to be done. That 27,000 number should be 40 some odd thousand as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry? Okay, go ahead, Pixie Wells.
Pixie Wells, Fraser Valley Métis Association. Actually, just more of a, how do I work with all of you? Because I know I do a lot of work in my chartered community, and I sit on many boards. And I know that, you know, Fraser Valley Métis Association is in the process of working with Primary Care Network and a bunch of different agencies to open a health hub, but nobody's reached out to me in the chartered community as a president to find out what we're doing, what we're lifting, how are we doing it, and who are we partnering with in our chartered communities. Because I do know regions, as far as Abbotsford is anyway, they're mandated to build housing, so I'm just wondering why it's not there.
Thank you so much for the question, and I'm excited to hear. You can get in touch with me, and our Executive Director of Health and Wellness will be in touch.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I do have a list, and I'm going to stop it like we talked about before with the people that are standing already, as well as we do have a speaker on Zoom, so I do have that in my list as well. Our next speaker here to my right.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And Colleen, this is a positive thing. I'm trying to come with you this time. You know, one of the things about membership and citizenship that's been really difficult within our office, and we've actually finally managed to convince the board of directors to change the process for us giving community acceptance, which then when we get those notifications for those individuals that they need that it can happen quicker. But one of the things that we've now identified is that there are a lot of those on the hub that are out of date, so we can't approve them. And so maybe if there can be a way of looking at those sorts of things, as well as even with the MNBC citizenship list that come to us, many have never approached the Métis office in the past. As well as we have a number, and we can even identify those then when that happens, that refuse to have community acceptance. It's like, what for? Why? You know, and then they wait their 90 days or whatever the time limit is, and they get their citizenship card. But at the same time, when then it's advertised that we're giving out different services or supports, they're at our door knocking on the door for those, unfortunately, and we will not turn them away, even though they're not our community members. You know, and one of the other things, you know, we're at about 65 to 70% of the contact to our office is about how slow, why do they not have their citizenship yet? And so I'm constantly saying, you know, that's not up to us, you know, like please give them a call if you've been waiting that long and you're having difficulty with that because you want a course and you can't get it till you have citizenship. So trying to encourage them to reach out to you because you can't give us that information in terms of what state you're in terms of their application. And there's many reasons for that. There might be pieces missing and all sorts of things. We understand that. But again, you know, and very often they're hostile when they call us. Well, why can't you do anything for us? And then, you know, encouraging them simply again, contact MNBC, which MNBC really loves us for. Because I realize then there's a lot of calls coming to you that then you also, you know, that's one of the other complaints is there's never a response back when they leave a message or they can't speak to somebody. And, you know, staffing and all that kind of stuff is like that, you know, way beyond what my understanding is at your office. So, you know, in all likelihood, you simply can't, you know, for whatever reason, just the overload of what the communications are. But again, that, you know, we're looking at how those that are out of date or when our citizenship lists come to us, we have never accepted, and that can be long before I was even involved. You know, so how can we look at that then and perhaps getting some form of connection or contact that we could reach out to them to see if they would like to become a community member or have acceptance?
So I'll try to, Joy, I'll try to, there's a few things here, you know. So what I'm hearing is the question about community acceptance. I'll start there. So community acceptance, when we send out community acceptance to our chartered communities, it is a governance process. We are not involved in it. We don't have a role in it or a responsibility for it. So once I go through a final approval process, and I mean all my team, which is amazing, has done the work, and community acceptance goes out through the hub, it's out of our hands. We have absolutely no responsibility for that. It's up to the leaders in our chartered communities to claim the citizen, and until they claim that citizen, we can't send them a citizenship card. So I can't speak to the community acceptance because we're operations. That's you're the Métis government, so that's kind of your role. As far as people or outdated hub, the hub doesn't have outdated community acceptance. So when we send it out to the hub, to the chartered community leaders, it sits there until the chartered communities approve it. And if that doesn't happen, you're correct, if it doesn't happen for 90 days, it's legislated in the Citizenship Act that it comes back to us. And then we engage again and we say 90 days has passed, and so we send out their citizenship card. And this was legislated a number of years ago. In response to the time it takes and the frustration felt by some, the best course of action is to contact us at citizenship@mnbc.ca. And I understand people are frustrated, but what I will say is more than 95% of the time, we're waiting for you to send us stuff. That's what it is. We've got the metrics on this and looked at it. And we need a complete application in order to work on it. So if someone sends an application with one thing missing, it's going to delay it. If it's two things missing, it's going to delay it more. If it's four things missing, it's going to delay it for quite an extended period of time. And when we get to those applications and we see that it's missing several things, we move on to the other ones because there's lots of people waiting. You are absolutely correct. So we start processing those other applications, and if we do have a complete application and our navigation team sees it, it moves straight to Indigenous research. Within 4 days, it's in Indigenous research with the final assessment happening. So having a complete application is magical for us. Do we go back and forth with applicants daily? Absolutely. And I will say that we have staff that are very dedicated to this work, and it takes some time for them to work with applicants to get the missing documents that they need. But I can say with 100% certainty that they care and they answer the phone and they get back to people. And Patricia sitting outside there that was registering all of us today with our team is probably the most kindest person I've ever met. And she really cares for people and she works with them. Are we very busy? Absolutely. Do we want it to go faster? Do I want 40,000 citizens? I lay awake at night thinking about it, thinking about how we can make this happen. So all of these things need to happen, Joy, 100%. And for people to get frustrated, I would say the best thing I could say is send them to us. That's our job. But thank you. We're not angry that you're sending them to us. We want you to send them to us more. That's our job. That's what we do.
And again, just even within on the hub, when there are a number of those, I think like 20 some right now sitting on our computer that we cannot accept because they're out of date. And so that's one of my questions. And how do we go forward accepting those people that it had come to us, but until we changed our process, we weren't able to quickly do the acceptance. And now we've changed our process so that that can happen, but we're not able to on the hub. We're blocked from doing that. So that's part of my question about how do we do that for those individuals.
I would say absolutely. Just when you get back to your community, give me a call and we'll sort it out because we can resolve it quickly. But if you're waiting because of your community acceptance process, you're waiting for...
And we've changed that now. That's really important to understand. We've now changed that because it was an issue that was not your issue. It was out of our community.
But I think you're needing your applicants, because they're not quite citizens until they're claimed by your community, you're needing them to come to events and stuff, and that you know. So we can't control that. Like, however long you want to make them wait, after 90 days, we mail them their citizenship card.
And again, I think the important piece of wanting to make sure that we are able to accept them to community is the fact that we apply for a lot of grants that have nothing to do with MNBC. And our numbers of members of ours actually has an impact on that quite often. So that's why we're really looking deeply.
Well, we're kind of waiting for you to send them to us.
All right. Well, let's check this
out.
out.
So if you get them to us real quick, we can send them their citizenship card.
I'll call you.
So we're already a little bit past the end of the time that we had for today. We're still going to keep this open. I know, and it's obviously up to the assembly in the meeting if we want to go with a brief introduction with our members, our new board as well that was on this as well, if we want to extend a little bit later. But I'm just going to, if we can kind of keep the questions a little bit shorter, and I got the next one is actually online, Stephen Arnett.
Thank you, Chair. My interest is to hear from our leadership how we're going to keep our issues, our Métis Nation issues, on the plates of each of the leaders of the party after the writ is dropped tomorrow in such a way that it's clear that this process to government must, in fact, involve us in a very public way. Thank you.
So I'm happy to take it, and Peter can likely add to it, but what has been a priority for MNBC is becoming election-proof. So we have an incredible team that has made connections with all parties in the province and federally. And so for MNBC, we have not chosen a party that we have specifically worked with. We go and we speak with folks of all colors to make sure that they hear about the issues that are impacting Métis Nation BC, and that they know that we are here to partner and work for citizens in BC. We have been working with individuals within different parties to help provide them with input on their policy decisions and their campaigns so that Métis issues are at the forefront. And so that has been something that has been incredibly important to us through upcoming elections, is ensuring that we are connecting with different parties, they know our issues, and they know how we can work together, because the biggest priority of MNBC is MNBC, our citizens, our communities, and making sure that we can continue to do the good work that all of us want to do moving forward. So we have been taking very strategic steps to ensure that we are part of those platforms.
Thank you. Recognized to my left.
Vince Van Waringen, Northeast Métis Association. Observation and maybe two requests from our community. First is, Colleen, we talk about citizenship emailing, and I understand it's a very stressful, tenuous, mundane, redundant process, but I think we need to massage a little bit. I've had a couple community members that have sent me emails that have been sent to them that are very short, abrupt, and offensive almost when we get to that third or fourth email. So nothing against your staff, because I think you guys are doing a great job. When I started, and Bruce was my mentor back in the day, I think we had 8,000. So 27 is a huge job and a huge accomplishment by your team. But I guess my question for them is, should a citizen be hitting these, not meant to be offensive, but short emails? Who do they contact in order? And that was the question, because I don't know. I said, I don't know who you contact, to kind of say, hey, I don't feel that this was quite what should have happened, or it's not helpful to me. How do I get past this? So you and I can talk about it later, but it just came to my watch and an email, and they asked me to ask that to you. And again, nothing as a staff. But the other thing is, the community was wondering, and MMBC is talking about capacity, and you guys have all done a great job. Capacity for local communities. As a new vice president for Dawson Creek as of October last year, we're pushing funding, we're trying to get grants, we're trying to get administration costs in there to get somebody in the office, but maybe something that MMBC can think about for community capacity. We're talking about helping communities from the Surrey office, having those employees there, but is there a possibility to have an MMBC employee perhaps in the community offices? And I don't know if it's something, but perhaps within our communities that works out of a community office that's able to be there to help at the local level. And I don't know if that's a funding issue or if that's something we can do, but something that the community asked me to bring up. And the third is, we talked about capacity, funding. You know what, I forgot, so I'm going to let Betty Ann go after me.
Just quickly, Vince, I just wanted to let you know that we are making a lot of considerations on how we can continue to support communities with MNBC capacity that we have available. Every community is different, and every community has different needs, so we also don't want to place a one-size-fits-all on all communities. And so we have our wonderful community services teams who engages with all of you regularly, and as we receive feedback, there's definitely considerations as we look at our operational design at MNBC to ensure that we're serving all of you in the best way possible.
Thank you. And actually, you said community services. The last thing that came from the citizens as running our MMBC email is great as a president, vice president. But one thing that I have heard is maybe some cohesiveness in the emails between MMBC, because a lot of citizens through the election, but also just in general, say that all of their emails now go to their junk because they get so many emails from MMBC, they swipe left, and then they just delete it. So, and then keeping that engagement, we were talking about how do we keep our nation informed. I think we need to look at how do we make better emails, more informative, but maybe less than just, like I said,
and thank you for that too, because how we communicate with communities is a critical importance to us. We know folks are getting a lot of emails from us, and that's just an example of how fast things are moving. And I agree to the earlier comment, we need to take a collective breath. We are moving very fast, and you know, while the writ was dropped, it was important for us to really take a look at MNBC's operations, the way that we're communicating with folks, the way that we're serving all of you and all of the citizens. And so communication to communities, because we don't want it to end up in people's junk. What we're saying is important, but we also know you need to know, and citizens need to know what to pay attention to. And if you're getting too much from us, that's an issue, because it's hard to know what to pay attention to. So I know our communications team is really looking at how we communicate with all of you, and is working on engagement to ensure that we are doing just that we're listening to you, and folks are hearing the messages that they need to hear.
So I'm just going to, Vince, thanks for that. We can connect later too. I just want to say that when I was talking about listening to our leadership in our communities and in our regions, I say that with great sincerity, because the northeastern part of BC, and I will say I have a lot of family there, that's the way my Métis family came into British Columbia. And working with Director Flamond a few months ago, we had planned on coming up to the Peace River country and doing some work. And I'm really, really happy to say that for the first time, we're going to have, in a long time, we're starting a new citizenship navigator in Fort St. John in the office. And we recognize that our citizens are all over the province. And this was something we do with great thought and listening to our leadership and making it happen. So just stick with us. The momentum's there, and we'll keep going. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker to my right.
Madeline Crozier, Vice President of the Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I just really wanted to say thank you to everyone here for speaking, for all the hard work you do. I see it, we all see it. We see you coming to our communities, speaking with us. So I just wanted to say merci to you guys. I also wanted to say, Colleen, thank you. I know that a lot of people, you probably get a lot of flack for citizenship, but I just wanted to be the one person, or I don't know how many people say it, but thank you. For the Métis Hub, I think it's amazing. When I logged into it the first time, didn't work, got on the phone, they logged me right in, works perfectly now. So I wanted to tell you, thank you for all the hard work you do specifically, because I see you and our nation sees you, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, Leader McDonnell.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley District Métis. I have a couple of things I want to say, and no, Colleen, I'm not giving you a hard time. I did give her one earlier, and I was teasing. I just wanted to say that I'm finding some of the applications for funding to be bigger and require more and more skill. I don't have that skill. And my community is completely on a volunteer basis. I serve on many boards to make sure that the Métis are not forgotten in Merritt. I know that, and I'm grateful that many of the navigators and Celine and many people at this table are very patient with me, and I thank you for that, because I know that I can get spicy when I'm upset. And so I say, oh, mercy, I appreciate your patience. I was upset last year when we had applied to buy a property, and I was never told straight out that it wasn't happening. I found that totally disrespectful. One phone call from anyone would have been really appreciated. I do want to say, and I'm going to brag here a little bit, I'm on the board for Canadian Friendship Center in Merritt, representing Métis, urban, Indigenous, etc. And it was announced about an hour ago that funding that we applied for to build a 50-unit housing for elders, Indigenous elders, and community members has been approved. Thank you all for that, because our community so desperately needs it, especially after the flood. We still have people living in trailers that are full of mold. So things come when you wait, but, oh, one other thing. To see that we have 27,000 is wonderful. I look forward to the day that 20,000 vote, and I hope that comes soon. And I just want to put a bug in your ear. We keep losing our navigator. I really want to advocate to have Kendra back. I really like working with Kendra. No. She was originally working with us, just so you know. Mercy.
Thank you very much. Over here on my right.
Jan Owens, Cowichan Valley Métis. Couple of quick questions. You dropped about Bill 40, and you said establishing new tables for education. Do you have any idea what those tables are going to look like? What the community can expect? And do you have a strategy for dealing with finesse?
And these tables are, they're good platforms for us to come to, to have discussions with the provincial government around issues that we're encountering. For example, in education and around Bill 40. So those tables haven't been set up yet for education. We're looking at establishing that in the short term, but of course we're in the provincial election now. And then the other table we're looking at establishing is around children and families. That one is a bit of a different type of table. It's more of a working group. It's not necessarily a formal table under the reconciliation agreement yet. But again, these are key mechanisms to advance those priorities with the provincial government, and we'll continue to work with the communities and citizens to get the feedback to inform us in those discussions. Thank you.
Question 2.
Of power in this space, and we recognize that our work needs to
nations in our process and decision-making around selecting communities to receive housing, childcare, infrastructure, and programs. I'll just read my questions out first. Second question, could MNBC provide a list that is available and transparent to communities that shows the historic and current investments MNBC has made by community? And then the last question, sorry, I forgot your name. You were talking about connecting to the goals of the nation. My question is about connecting, what about connecting to the community? So can MNBC map out how MNBC programs, even staffing positions, are connected or linked directly to community?
So I just wanted to answer the first question just around decisions around investments in different communities. So staff provide, they'll do due diligence on various opportunities. We've had communities come forward with various project proposals, and ultimately, staff do a due diligence on every single opportunity that comes forward, and the ultimate decision on what MNBC pursues is that of the board of directors. And so I just wanted to state that we do have a process in place, and ultimately what projects are pursued are decisions of the board. Some numbers together, but ultimately all that information is available online as part of our financial statements. And in terms of connecting the impact of our investments, our programs and services to community, we are doing an exceptional amount of work on data and ensuring that we are able to work with the province, StatsCan, other areas to ensure that we have data and can connect outcomes. Because in talking with the province and other partners, there's really, even government doesn't do a great job at being able to show the outcomes of funding with data. And so we are working really hard to ensure that we are actually able to connect data outcomes with data. I'll say there hasn't been a significant amount of funding available to do that data work, but we are working incredibly hard to get that in place. And so I'll just turn to my colleagues if there's anything else to add. Oh, Sasha?
Thank you so much for the questions. You know, we are nation building and we're growing. And so these questions of where there might be gaps or where there's not enough understanding or how we can share more, I really appreciate it. And that is a variable layer that I'm going to put a lens on. We know that one of our key goals of the nation, number 4, support Métis chartered communities and having access to that understanding of that lay of the land. We are in this this moment. The speaker before talked about keeping the words of the now retired Minister Rankin, that we do have Section 35 rights, and we do have the right to self-determination, and everything that comes not only under DRIPA as a piece of legislation, but UNDRIP, where it's drawn from. And so these are all of our rights, and we are working on building the capacity to provide you with the information. And so I do appreciate that, and as Colette said, hopefully we can get some support for that. One of the challenges we have is that we are a government that is funded like a nonprofit, and that's what we're trying to change with our work.
I don't feel that my question was answered, actually. So I don't want to go through all of your financial statements for the last, let's say, 20, 30 years. So how hard would it be to say, let's have all the chartered communities in a spreadsheet? Oh, we've given land to how many? Oh, we've built this in this community. Oh, we've funded this position in this community. Oh, we're doing this, or we're earmarking childcare for these communities. That would be pretty simple, but I shouldn't have to do that. So that's what I'm talking about, because what we're hearing from other people is the differing levels of capacity in the communities. So when you have capacity that's lacking in communities, they're volunteers, they don't have the time or the skills or the expertise to be grant writing, drafting proposals, drafting RFPs. So, and then when you're offering something, you know, to find out, oh, we just got some money from MNBC, it's $1,000. Well, that does nothing. That gives us nothing. You know, we need to have that support. So where's the staffing? Haven't received anything historically with infrastructure, staffing, or funding. I would like to see a list of what communities have received what. I don't think that's an onerous task. The same thing with the mapping. You know, you're hiring a lot of people at MNBC. Where do citizens live? They live in community. That's where people are. So where's the money coming to support community? That's my question. Thank you. Don't have to answer because it's probably went over time.
Thank you for those questions. Go ahead.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association President. In the last year since MNBC released the strategic plan, I have seen personally in our charter, in our region, an incredible increase in support for our charter communities. And I wanted to say thank you. And I want to highlight it for us, highlight just a couple of areas where we've seen that support. Community services, and a big shout out to Selena and her team, have supported us, They have supported us through many tasks, including the CCPP grant. Is it a grant? Was it a, whatever it was? We applied for it, and I have to say that the charter communities, and I don't want to be insensitive, but we get, every charter community, I believe, gets the equal opportunity to apply for and to look at things that come through, to the point where Selena or her team will actually contact us and say, why haven't you applied for this? It's an easy $5,000, or it's an easy, now the CCPP grant was a little bit bigger, and it required a little bit more time, and I was a little bit overwhelmed because, as we all are, a volunteer, but Addison from Selena's team walked us through, told us, like, said, this is, your proposal is good, and helped us, and we got it, $60,000. And yes. And then I got the MOU from you guys, and there's like, okay, this is how we're going to do it. You need to report on this, this, and this, and then we're going to release the first draft of money. And I was a little bit upset because I wanted all of the money, all of it right now, so we could just get things done. And then I realized, no, this is a good thing, the process, because it allows us to be accountable to what you are working so hard to get to us. And I wanted to say thank you for that process. Because now we do not have to worry about the accountability side of things and going, what did we do with that $30,000? And I'm joking, but it's true. And so thank you for supporting our community and giving us equal opportunity across British Columbia to receive the resources and the capacity that we've been asking for. Is it 100%? No. Do we need more? Absolutely. But I've seen, and I've only been part of MNBC in this capacity for just over 2 years, but I've seen huge change in that 2 years, and for that I'd like to say thank you. Marcy.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Kanche. Colleen Deshinikashun. I'm a member of the Two Rivers community in Kamloops, but I'm also the executive director of a Métis service provider. I haven't been one to participate, even though I'm a very proud Métis citizen. It's rare that I speak up. But I'm here today on behalf of Métis children and families receiving services from the child welfare system. And I'm seeing our children and families receiving child welfare systems falling further and further behind. And so I feel like I have to speak up. I want to see Métis children and families. I'm so happy to see jurisdiction over children as the #1 priority. But there is so many needs within that portfolio, children and families. And I want to see our nation prioritize that and work closely with the Métis service providers that are currently doing this work every day. So I'm trying to think of a specific question. But I'm curious how our nation that prioritizes our children sees working with us when the vast majority of Métis children and families receiving child welfare services, whether they're in care or receiving services, do not have citizenship and are therefore not eligible for the supports that are currently being provided. I'm curious how the nation is going to engage with us. I feel uncomfortable asking those families that are not eligible for supports to come and share their voice. It feels unethical. We work really hard in making sure the children and families we work with know they're proud to be Métis. Connection to identity, community, and nation is the foundation of healing. And over the last few years, I feel like our nation has left us behind. So I'm really hopeful that we can move forward in working closer together. I want to see our service providers recognized as part of our nation building. Thank you. So I just want to ask, what is our nation's commitment moving forward to work with the Métis service providers in our province who are already underfunded, fighting an uphill battle just to be recognized, whether it's federally, provincially, or within the Ministry of Children and Family Development or any ministry. We are fighting so hard. I don't want to be fighting with my own nation for support and a partnership I assumed that we had. So I guess that's my question is, how do you see us moving together, forward together? Merci.
Thank you, Colleen. So I'll start out by saying that jurisdiction over children and family services is absolutely the top priority of MNBC. And, there are, aspects, I can speak to the operational side of things. And, but with that said, I see the heart of our board whenever they talk about jurisdiction. We've had a conversation in a meeting where we, Colleen Hodgson, myself, and yourself talked about the importance of bringing the service providers into the nation so that there is a formal relationship in how we work together. We provide as much funding as we possibly can through our various programs and services to support all of our service providers, and we are dedicated to make sure that there is a really strong relationship there, because you are doing the work on the ground. We are not the service providers, you are. We have our 5 service providers, and that partnership, that relationship is important as we continue to move forward with jurisdiction. The barrier we are up against right now is Section 35 rights recognition. We will not see even a remote level of resources from government until those Section 35 rights are recognized federally, and we will get there. We will absolutely get there, and I feel strongly about that. We have also talked about the gap for families who are at risk and who do not have citizenship, and that is something that Colleen Hodgson and I have been talking about and are still, but really, the EDs across our service providers, you have tons of expertise, and I know we have committed to having a meeting together to move forward that formalized relationship and how we all collectively work together. It's absolutely overdue. And for me, that partnership is of critical importance to MNBC as we move towards jurisdiction. Those Métis kids, those families, they belong to our nation, and it is important that we support them at the grassroots, at the community level with our service providers. And my hope is that we also grow our number of service providers so we can do the work that we need to do to support Métis families, Métis kids going through the child welfare system. So I hope our original conversation really showed our heart is in the right place, and we're looking forward to continuing to do this work and actually putting pen to paper to make that happen and support all of you in that work.
Thank you. And sorry, is it working? I do appreciate that conversation. I'm just going to keep every opportunity I have to stand up and speak, I'm going to take it, because our nation needs to know the needs of children and families receiving child protection services. And it's not just about money, it's about working together to help us fight the battles on the ground that we fight every day. So merci.
I'm going to have our last question. I know, Pixie, you've been standing for quite a ways, but you did have a question earlier, so this will be our last question, and then I know we're already well past the time. All right, go ahead.
Okay, two questions. It would be great if we had somebody in citizenship in every region. Great that it's going up north, but we would need one in the Kootenays as well. And 2, I was just told that renewals are being put on hold to get new citizens together. I've been waiting 5 months for my renewal card. I use it for ID every time I fly. It's nothing now because it's expired. So, sorry, Colleen.
So just to be clear, so the first question is about having a citizenship navigator in every part of the province. I couldn't agree more. We absolutely need one in the Kootenays.
Absolutely.
And we're trying really hard because we want, we have a lot of applications right now, and we actually sift through them specifically looking for people in the Kootenays and up north. So we've been fortunate with the north, but the Kootenays is a priority. I couldn't agree more, especially just the geography of the Kootenays. We need to have somebody there working, right? So we're on it. We're doing our best. The renewals piece, absolutely. We have a lot of renewals to catch up on. So we have spent, and I know it's frustrating, and especially for me, I have to be patient and just ask my team. I'm always like, you know, let's do this. We really needed to get the whole technology piece sorted out and our standards of practice and a few other things to make the Ministry of Citizenship something that was sustainable, that would exist and survive anybody, anytime, right? So we've been focusing on creating citizens. As Colette mentioned, we have a backlog of citizenship applications that we kind of came into. So we really are focusing on creating new citizens to build a nation, knowing that the people that need renewals are already citizens. But having said that, like going on a flight, whatever, you don't want an expired card. So
I leave in January.
yeah, so we got lots of renewals. We have a little pile of those, but this winter is when we're going to be getting the capacity to get on that. And it really is about that capacity. It's like we only have so many staff, and we didn't want to go hire a bunch of people without doing a really critical analysis. This funding is important, and we only get so much of it. And we need to spend it on our families and citizenship. So having looked at that now and having data from a year since the AGM in Kamloops, we have a year's worth of data, we're looking at it, and now we know that this is what we need to make that happen. So I just am asking for a little bit more patience, a little bit more time, but trust me because we have a plan.
Okay, perfect.
And we're on it.
Okay, January.
I don't have a question. I really have, first of all, I want to hold my hands up to all the employees of MMBC. They do incredible work. They work very hard. Yes, as presidents and leaders as well, all you presidents that are volunteers and continue to show up and get out there and do the things that you do, this is why we're in this room, right? This is unity. We might not be in our communities, but this is unity and community. And we're all working together to get to the end of the day to support our children and support our families. So at the end of the day, even though some of these may seem harsh and tough questions, please know that you guys are seen and you are heard in our nation. But most of all of you are seen and heard as well. So when I want to hold my hands up to people like Carly Hale and Lauren Peterson and people like that have gone in our chartered communities above and beyond. And there's many of you, Selena, I could go on and on. Like even during the election, getting the Terry Fox run up and running and the work that was still being done. So I want to hold my hands up to everybody in this room, but especially the people who work for us. So hi, merci. And let's all get together. Hi.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Beaker for some quick announcements before we close for today. Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So just a few quick announcements before we adjourn today. First off, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, we are going to be back here. Starting 8:30, so please be prompt. Your voting devices that you were given when you came in, please turn them back into the place where you got them. They will be charged overnight so that we can have a full bank of voting devices working tomorrow morning when we're back here at 8:30. Excellent.
Starting 8:30.
Starting at 8:30. So a couple other things. The Region 3 Regional Governance Council starts at 5:30 in the Lonsdale room. Our welcome reception is at 7 p.m. start in the Point Grey room. That was the room where we had lunch today. And if I didn't trust the source of this announcement, I would think that it was a prank. But from the health room, a couple of beaded condoms on one of the tables of the vendors have gone missing. Those were not giveaways, and if you inadvertently picked them up, the vendor would like them back.